What I want to say is this, that whether we like it or not, we need the police, we need prosecutors to hold people accountable. If you don't, you will encourage criminal activity. But we also need more funding for mental health, for homelessness, and those things aren't mutually inconsistent. You can do both. You can fund the police department, but you can also fund social services.
Did police act in time, from your perspective, when prior to the peaceful demonstrations that we're witnessing right now outside in the Civic Center outside? Did they not act fast enough when it came to the looting that you saw take place last week or earlier this week?
I think you needed, I think they did the best they could. No one could have predicted the explosion of criminal acts that happened while the police were distracted in peaceful protests. No one, I would defy anybody to say you knew this was going to happen. And given that they had to protect life over property, which is to make sure the peaceful protest could take place and that no one got hurt, I think they did the best that they possibly could. And I just don't see where we could have, hindsight is always 20/20, and I don't see where they could have predicted that the looting, the burning, all of these things would occur in such a widespread area.
And I assume there'll be prosecutions. We have to wrap this up, but I assume your office will be making plenty of prosecutions on this?
Well, today we've released our press release. We've filed 60 cases related to the crimes that were committed as a result of the civil unrest. We understand there'll be more coming our way, and we'll evaluate them as they come through. But sure, one of the complications, though, Conan, is that the courts have been closed due to the civil unrest. And so we haven't really been able to have access to the courts the way we normally would. And also, we just don't know when police are going to be available to bring cases to us. They're busy trying to keep the peace. But eventually we'll sort it all out. But we'll be very busy in the prosecutor's office over the next couple of weeks.
Honorable Jackie Lacey, the district attorney for Los Angeles County. Madam Prosecutor, thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
Now, once again, the downtown protests, and we can see at least a portion of them are beginning to move now, and we'll have more on that in just a moment. In an effort to take the focus off the looting, Mayor Eric Garcetti invited a teenager from Inglewood, that was yesterday, you probably saw it live here on NBC4, to address the people of Los Angeles. Devon Pilgrim is 16 years old, and he shared a story about an incident when he was racially profiled by police, and today Devon and his pastor sat down with NBC4's Jonathan Gonzalez to discuss just how to move the conversation.
But James Craig said it's peaceful protest. He's going to let it happen.
Continuing eastbound, approaching 2nd Street right now as this march continues. Again, we're approaching MLK Avenue. and the 2nd Street intersection here in downtown Memphis. This march continues.
It's a big old family reunion. We might as well go to Gus and get some chicken.
Cops are up ahead, diverting traffic for this march, led by pastor and activist Devontae Hill. We have just passed 2nd Street, we're still on MLK Avenue.
No justice! No peace! No racist! No peace! No justice! No peace! No racist! No peace! I got my hand above my head! Please don't shoot me dead! I got my hand above my head! Please don't shoot me dead! I got my hands above my head! Please don't shoot me dead! I got my hands above my head! Please don't shoot me dead! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No racist! No peace! Come on, fill in! No justice! No peace! No racist! No peace! No justice! No peace! Come in! No racist! No peace! Y'all can fill in on this side. No justice! No peace! No racist! No peace! Y'all come on in, let's fill in. Y'all fill in on this. There's plenty of room on this side. We just gotta stop on the beginning. Y'all don't want to be claustrophobic. There's an open space on this side if y'all want to.
Election Park, everybody.
Hey, y'all want to come on in? Fill in on this side. There's plenty of room on this side. On this side. Listen, this is what I need. I need. Where's Lady Stephanie Miller? Where's Lady Stephanie Miller?
We're now at Reflection Park in downtown Memphis.
Stephanie Miller. I need a black mother to come and speak.
About 15 minutes into the protest here in downtown Memphis, led by pastor and activist Devontae Hill. He is speaking now.
I need a white mother to come and speak, and older white mother if I could. Older white mother, come and speak, please. I need one of you. You got a voice. A white mother's a white mother's a mother.
There you are, Tyler.
This is gonna be incredible. Are y'all ready?
a moment.
We ain't got no victory.
What a moment. People really emotional. Right here on Jefferson Avenue, protest marchers celebrating no curfew and a peaceful outcome.
Black lives matter. 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 Black lives matter.
Now they're turning, the march is turning from Jefferson onto Grand Boulevard, which is a road that shoots straight over to Belle Isle. So.
And that is that we're here today because George Floyd is not here. He should be here. He should be alive, but he's not. About 9 days ago, the world watched Floyd utter his very last words, "I can't breathe," as he pled for his life. The world heard Floyd call out for his mama and cried out, "Don't kill me." Just 2 days ago, when I became the lead prosecutor in the murder of Mr. Floyd, I asked for time to thoroughly review all the evidence in the case. And we looked at the evidence that's available, and the investigation is ongoing at this time. I also said that I know it's asking a lot of people to give us time, particularly people who have suffered for decades and centuries of injustice, to be patient. And yet we did get that time. And together, a very strong, experienced team, which included County Attorney Mike Freeman, his team, and my team, we reviewed the evidence together with the BCA, and we have something to announce today. Before I announce it, I want to say thank you for the patience of the people who they've shown me and our entire team in pursuit of justice, and I'm here to make these announcements right now. First, today, I filed an amended complaint that charges former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin with murder in the second degree for the death of George Floyd. I believe the evidence available to us now supports the stronger charge of second-degree murder. We've consulted with each other, and we agree. Second, today, arrest warrants were issued for former Minneapolis police officers J.A. King, Thomas Lane, and Tu Tao. Finally, I'd like to announce that today, Hennepin County Attorney Michael Freeman and I filed a complaint that charges police officer King, Lane, and Tao with aiding and abetting murder in the second degree, a felony offense. I strongly believe that these developments are in the interest of justice for Mr. Floyd, his family, our community, and our state. I'm the lead prosecutor in this case. I'll be speaking and addressing the public, but this is absolutely a team effort. We are working together on this case with only one goal: justice for George Floyd. I want to thank first Mr. Hennepin County Attorney Mike Freeman, who has been a true partner in this matter at every step of the way. His experience and insight have been invaluable and will continue to be counted on by the team. I also want to thank County Attorney Freeman's professional staff who have cooperated and worked together with my staff and the investigating officers from the very minute this case started. I also want to thank Superintendent Drew Evans of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and his professional staff for the care and speed with which they are conducting this investigation. And I want to thank especially U.S. Attorney Erica McDonald and Special Agent in Charge Rainer Drollskagen, who are conducting a parallel federal color of law investigation. I have heard directly from the leadership of the Department of Justice that there is full support for her leadership in pursuit of her investigation. And as she put it so well, one team, one goal, one mission. I agree 100%. As I said earlier, I thank Mr. Floyd's family. I think, and I can speak for Mr. Freeman and I jointly thank them, along with U.S. Attorney McDonald. We thank the community for their patience in allowing us the time and space we need over these days to lay these charges. As it is so hard to do, I now ask for continued patience. This case continues to be under investigation. We will not be able to say very much publicly about the investigation, except that we encourage anyone who believes that they have evidence in this case to come forward and to be cooperative with the investigation. As we develop the case for prosecution, which will also not be able, we will not be able to say very much publicly about it, because our job is to seek justice and to obtain a conviction, not to make statements in the press, but to do our talking in court. So I ask for your patience again while we limit our public comments in pursuit of justice. I also ask for your trust that we are pursuing justice by every legal and ethical means available to us. I also want to add a word of caution. The investigation is ongoing. We are following the path of all of the evidence. Wherever it leads, we are investigating as quickly as we can because speed is important. We're also investigating as thoroughly as we can because being complete and thorough is critically important, but it takes time. The reason thoroughness is important is because every single link in the prosecutorial chain must be strong. It needs to be strong because trying this case will not be an easy thing. Winning a conviction will be hard. In fact, County Attorney Freeman is the only prosecutor in the state of Minnesota who has successfully convicted a police officer for murder. And he can tell you that it's hard. I say this not because we doubt our resources or our ability. In fact, we're confident in what we're doing. But history does show that there are clear challenges here, and we are going to be working very hard and relying on each other and our investigative partners and the community to support that endeavor. To the Floyd family, to our beloved community, and to everyone that is watching, I say, George Floyd mattered. He was loved. His family was important. His life had value. And we will seek justice for him and for you, and we will find it. The very fact that we have filed these charges means that we believe in them. But what I do not believe is that one successful prosecution can rectify the hurt and loss that so many people feel. The solution to that pain will be slow and difficult work of constructing justice and fairness in our society. That work is the work of all of us. We don't need to wait for the resolution and investigation of this case to start that work. We need citizens, neighbors, leaders in government and in faith communities, civil and human rights activists to begin rewriting the rules for a just society now. We need new policy and legislation and ways of thinking at the municipal, state, and federal levels. The world of arts and entertainment can use their cultural influence to inspire change that we need. There is a role for all who dream of a justice that we haven't yet experienced. In the final analysis, a protest can shake a tree and can make the fruit fall down. But after that fruit is in reach, collecting it and making the jam must follow. The demonstrations and the protests are dramatic and necessary, But building just institutions is more of a slow grind, but equally important. And we have to begin that work as well. We need your energy and we need everyone's help right now. Thank you very much. Thanks. We'll take a few questions. Yes, ma'am.
For the rest of our journey, I'm hoping that you guys, by now, understand why we're out here. I'm hoping by now you guys will have an exceptional amount of energy. I'm believing by the time we make it to our destination tonight, which is going to be a very special one, I'm believing by the time we get there, there'll be an unprecedented amount of unity that'll sweep this group of people right here. And you'll go back to your respective homes, your neighborhoods, and you'll infect everyone that you're close to with love, with harmony, with joy, with equality, with love, with respect, no matter who they are, no matter where they come from, no matter the color of their skin, no matter what God may serve. We have got to learn to respect people. You got to respect everybody.
Yeah.
At the time, there was a song that would say, red and yellow, black and white. We are precious in His sight. Jesus loved the little children of the world. Didn't say He loved the little black children of the world. Didn't say He loved the little white children of the world. He didn't even say He loved just the Christian children of the world. He says He loves the little children of the world. I don't know about you, but I was once a little child. And I know He loved me. Y'all stand up. Y'all ready? Now did y'all see the video yesterday when we were in the tunnel and we were turning up? Y'all want to do this too?
Yeah.
Y'all want to go in the tunnel and turn up? Woo! Y'all gotta be real loud on the way there, right? So here's the deal. There it is. I'm gonna walk out. There's a
Devontae Hill's moving back into the crowd. Looks like we're going to go further south on Main Street.
Back down this street again.
past Talbot Avenue here in downtown Memphis. We're moving further south down Main Street. About a quarter of a mile from the National Civil Rights Museum. Stick with us.
We can't leave anybody behind.
Yeah, I'm gonna maybe go there.
Are you with them?
I really can't read.
Celebratory language and clapping. Organizers, thank you. Organizers, thank you, is what the crowd is saying. Protest march just cheering organizers thank you at Lafayette and Mount Elliott on what's been called a victory march back to Detroit. Speaking about the shift and march, very frustrated early on, very violent early on. Some factions from outside of the city, disruptors, and this how Detroit has chosen to handle this protest. Very determined and very peaceful. And I don't think that man will need that tonight. Milk is usually poured on your eyes and face when you get tear gas. But I'm happy to say that that is not going to happen thus far anyway. And it's a lot of celebration here tonight on our way back to Detroit. after a curfew was just completely thrown out the window by the chief. It's discretionary.
Detour here. The intersection of Main and Patterson.
Coming right with the Detroit Free Press. We're making our way back downtown on Lafayette. ML Elrick's been kind of making sure I don't fall over, get knocked over, or arrested. So. Trip. I'm getting the sense, though, that the march is slowing down for a second. Take a break. Try to have people catch up. And taking a pause for a second. People sitting down on the sidewalk. Still taking a break. Everything we do together.
That look too calm, Fonte.
I know that's why I have to stop them, man. If I can't take them under that terminal, they calm like this. Look, guess what? This y'all street. So you gotta turn up a little bit. Y'all ready to turn up? Turn up, turn up. Turn up, turn up. Turn up, turn up. Oh, man. Oh, man. Turn up, turn up. Turn up, turn up. All right. We gotta get this truck lit. Y'all hear me? Some of the other folks are just what is lit? That means we gotta get hype. Y'all ready to get hype? Y'all ready to get hype? Oh, I bet you won't.
Hey, he gonna need some space, man.
I don't believe that. Hold on, yeah.
Frank Gotti said he can beat you dancing. Frank Gotti said he can beat you dancing, famous.
Y'all ready?
Hey, y'all ever Google famous Amos, y'all need to look him up. He's famous.
You ain't finna turn it up? Where we going? I know it's like that. Right here, wait a minute. Where we going, bro? Where we going, bro? Where we going? We going that way. He turn it up. Open it up, y'all. Open it up. He finna turn it up. He finna turn it up.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
And there's that call out that Falcon 9 is in startup.
Go for launch.
And at T minus 45 seconds, there was that call out for go for launch. Again, that was the Falcon 9 rocket making that decision autonomously. Now we are T minus 30 seconds from liftoff of our Starlink payload tonight. So let's listen in and watch liftoff.
T minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff! Falcon 9 switching down range.
We are T plus 40 seconds into flight, and Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Pad 40 at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, carrying our Starlink payload to its targeted drop-off orbit. Moments ago, we did throttle down our engines in preparation for Max Q, and that is the maximum aerodynamic pressure, which is the largest structural load that the vehicle will see. That's coming up here in a few seconds.
Max Q.
And there's that call out that we have just passed through Max Q. In about a minute, we will have 3 events happening back to back. The first of which will be main engine cutoff, or MECO. This is where all 9 M1D engines shut off to slow the vehicle down in preparation for the second event, which is stage separation. Stage separation is where the first stage separates from the second stage, with the first stage starting to make its way back to Earth for landing, and stage 2 continuing on its journey, with the third event called SES-1, or Second Engine Start 1. And that's where the MVAC engine lights up on the second stage and propels the second stage along with the Starlink satellites to its drop-off orbit. We are at T plus 2 minutes and 5 seconds, so we're just about 25 seconds away from those 3 events. Again, that is MECO, stage separation, and SES-1, or Second Engine Start 1.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed.
And there you can see on your screen, on the left screen, we had main engine cutoff and stage separation. On your right screen is the second stage MVAC engine lighting up, glowing bright red there. And it is a bit dark on the East Coast, but you can see on your left screen that first stage, those grid fins are deploying. And on your right screen, we have fairing deploy coming up here.
Separation confirmed.
And there is that confirmation of fairing deploy. Now let's see if those fairing halves can be recovered by our recovery ships, Mystery and Mischief today. Again, we won't have that live. That will happen around T plus 40 minutes. So check in with our social media accounts for updates on those fairing halves. And stage 2 still looking nominal. Again, that is what you see on your right screen. Stage 1 is making its way back.
Acquisition of signal Bermuda.
And as the first stage makes its way back to Earth, it will perform 2 burns, the first of which will be the entry burn, and that is where 3 of the 9 M1D engines reignite, and this helps slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the upper part of the Earth's atmosphere. And finally will be the second and final burn is the landing burn, and this is a single engine burn. That's the Center E9 engine that reignites and brings the vehicle all the way down, very, very rapidly slows the vehicle down so that it can touch down and land on the drone ship. Again, we are attempting to land the first stage today on Just Read the Instructions, as our Of Course I Still Love You drone ship was occupied with our Demo 2 vehicle from over the weekend up until last night. We are at T plus 5.5 minutes. Stage 2 still looking nominal. And first stage making its way back. That first burn, that entry burn, will be coming up in about a minute from now, around T plus 6 minutes and 45 seconds. And that entry burn will last about 20 seconds long. Again, that is to slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. Stage 2 on your right screen, still on a nominal trajectory. And on your left screen, it is a little bit dark. It is nighttime on the East Coast, but we should see that screen light up with that entry burn, those 3 engines reigniting.
Stage 1 FTS has saved. Stage 1 entry burn has started.
And there you hear that call out, as well as a visual confirmation that those engines have reignited.
The vehicle continues to follow a nominal trajectory. And stage 1 entry burn shut down.
And confirmation that the stage 1 entry burn is complete, as well as stage 2 still looking nominal. If you heard that call out. Coming up next is the landing burn around T plus 8.5 minutes, around 8 minutes and 24 seconds. Looks like we lost that live view of the first stage coming down, but that is expected. So hopefully we can get that live view back. Right now,
stage 1 is transonic.
Right now, what you're seeing on your left screen is the drone ship Just Read the Instructions. Followed very closely after the landing burn and landing of the first stage will be SECO 1, that is second engine cutoff, around T plus 8 minutes and 58 seconds.
Stage 1 landing burn has started. Terminal guidance. Landing legs have deployed. Stage 2 FTS has saved.
And wow, as you saw coming
and
down,
JRTI,
that first stage Falcon 9.
Operators moving to procedure 11.100 on Recovery 1 and DCF 9.
Amazing, that first stage booster has landed for the first time, for the 5th time for a Falcon 9 booster. That is amazing. We're waiting for second stage engine cutoff. What an amazing view of that first stage coming down, even though it was dark and night, but those engines lighting up the screen, watching first stage come down, was an amazing view. And we heard a call out of good orbit for second stage.
Acquisition of signal, Newfoundland.
And now that second stage is going to, now that second stage is in a good orbit, it's going to coast for a few minutes. And during this time, it will start to spin along its central axis, giving these Starlink satellites the momentum that they need to space themselves out over time after they deploy. So we will take a quick break and return back here at T+14 minutes.
But the beautiful thing about all of us being brothers and sisters is that when one comes along, because I am my brother's keeper, I'm going to help them back up, y'all check it out. Do me a favor. Listen, y'all feeling good about this? Y'all feeling good about this? To your right. Find somebody who don't look like you. Just give us somebody who don't look like you. Because we all kind of look like you. I got white people who got the same thing. Listen, look at that person that doesn't look like you. So I got you. Got you. Tell him I got you. Hey, tell me another thing. Tell me another thing. Listen, look at the other person on the other side of our Listen. Yeah, that feels good. Is breaking the internet.
A lot of bicyclists joining. Just on the other side
so
of
much negativity all over the internet today.
Close to traffic. Well, not close to traffic. I see cars over there, but
somebody say I am.
It's some people from the neighborhood joining, it seems.
I am the change agent. Memphis resides. Justice for George Floyd.
Some neighbors joining in. Some fresh blood to the march right here.
Justice for George Floyd!
Justice for George Floyd. It's getting really dark here as we head on Lafayette Boulevard down to Detroit. Say his name louder. George Floyd, protesters screaming.
We're not to the end of the line yet, but it's amazing how different it is tonight at this hour than it was yesterday, when people were winding down from the adrenaline dump of a surge of police into the demonstrators, who were then put on the ground, their wrists bound together with plastic ties, and then detained, where they would be ticketed for curfew violations and other transgressions.
Tonight, a totally different mood. Yep, totally different mood tonight. Different tactic. Say their name, which one, which is messaging I've heard all 6 evenings. Taking a break here, it looks like.
If you're just joining us, we have a group of protesters and demonstrators about to join hands at Tom Lee Park.
Pausing right here. We're still getting close to downtown. You can see downtown here.
About to cross 375.
Yeah, about to cross 375.
And if we continue on this route, we will go through a scene of the most chaos on Friday, right by Randolph, near Greektown, where people got a sense that there was something brewing in the city, something toxic.
People yelling from the neighborhood.
Out of your houses and into the streets, no justice, no peace. Out of your house and into the streets.
Out of your house and into the streets. No justice, no peace.
Out of your houses and into the streets. Out of your houses and into the streets.
Out of your houses and into the streets. Bringing neighbors into the mix. Join the march, the speaker's saying.
It's about this happens in the same general area as the one we had just 11 months ago.
It is an aftershock to the Ridgecrest earthquake of last year. So big earthquake, that was, of course, a 7.1. Earthquake that big happens on a pretty long fault. And this earthquake is at the very southern end of that fault. But I remember 11 months ago going large late aftershock on with time, but the ratio of the number of small to large stays the same. And if you have a lot of, we've had a lot of earthquakes in the last 11 months. I was just about to try and count them and haven't had a chance to do that search yet. And eventually you got to have another a bigger one to keep that ratio constant. So this isn't a surprise to anyone in
Lucy,
seismology.
This was certainly widely felt. I mean, we're getting calls into our newsroom from really all over the region.
Yeah, in fact, one of my colleagues called me before anything else. Was that an earthquake? And I'm going, what? And I hadn't even gotten the page yet. So, yeah, people definitely felt it here in Pasadena, Burbank area. It is at the very southern end of that aftershock zone, so it's the closest one to us. I will say I was sitting quietly listening to the mayor and didn't feel a thing. So you had to be pretty lucky to feel it.
And the depth of was about 6 miles. It was powerful enough to cause some slight damage?
It might be, except that there's not very much very near it. So I would think that the only place there might have been some damage probably would be in Ridgecrest itself, maybe Trona. But even because it's at the southern end, it's farther away than the earlier earthquakes were.
Farther away from where there are more populated areas.
Right, from Ridgecrest or Trona.
Mm-hmm.
It's very near the Garlock Fault. I went out there to see the fault after the earthquake last summer, and it's a lot of very empty territory.
Dr. Lucy Jones, we appreciate your insight. Thank you for joining us. Again, this 5.5 earthquake felt really throughout the area. It was felt here in our newsroom in Universal City. Folks in Glendale have been calling in as well.
I wonder if the folks out in that picture there that are gathered around the Hall of Justice downtown also felt it. They must have. I mean, they're outside. Here's Conan Nolan. Conan, the big takeaway out of the mayor's press conference today were these budget cuts. He's talking about $250 million from the city and another, I guess, coming out of that $150 million out of the police department. It's going to be very expensive. How's he going to pay for it? What services are going to be scaled back considerably to accommodate that?
Well, it's very interesting. It looks like it was a victory for Black Lives Matter, who've been advocating for a cut to the police budget, although they wanted a much larger one than $150 million, so we're not sure if they're going to be placated by this. I noticed that the police chief, Michael Moore, was not at the news conference. We might surmise from that he was opposed to this cut and may have lobbied very much against it. This is just as prior to the COVID-19 crisis, it looked like the LAPD was going to get a budget increase. Their budget is about $1.8 billion, so $150 million might not seem all that much in the whole scheme of things, but it is a substantial cut to the police department. And the mayor said...
in every zip code of this city. Nights like tonight, Memphis is dependent on you. Everybody won't get it. Everyone won't understand. But tonight, Memphis, you being here tonight is a symbolization that change is on the way. That sounded good if I was saying y'all that they were about to open man's throat. But now I want y'all to scream as if Memphis has just made it to the Final Four. You're about to be a part of a world-changing movement and starting right here in Memphis. Home city. Home city. Home city. Home city. Home city.
entirely around us, we have demonstrators here at Tom Lee Park. Devontae Hill earlier said they are going to leave around 9. But again, for now, these hundreds remain at Tom Lee Park.
Freedom should be dead. No peace. No peace. No peace. Police. George Floyd. 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 George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd!
We'll catch back up with Devontae Hill here, who is organizing this movement. It is a very long distance. Well, not really.
Y'all gonna bounce some stuff, don't it? Oh, man, this is gonna be amazing. Left and right. Oh, man. Where y'all gonna go? What y'all gonna do? We ready. Oh, boy, you know. Say it one more time.
That means a lot. Now
You're the MVP, Mandy. Come on now.
You gotta hold the camera right, ML. Come on now. I got it. Thanks so much, everybody. It's just been an incredible experience and such a sad one at the same time. People were fed up across the country, and they showed their anger state by state, city by city, and Detroit was no different.
But it was. We didn't have the rioting.
We didn't have the rioting, huh?
We didn't have the fun.
That was
Even
different.
Grand Rapids burned. Detroit did not.
That was different. Yep, that's true. Different in that respect. But no different in the messaging, that people are fed up with police brutality. And willing to get arrested to make that message clear.
Sing it, yeah. Oh, come on, sing it, yeah. Come on, say. Come on, say. One more time. I can't hear you.
Try to slow the march down a little bit. Or slow down in the front. People have differing opinions Greektown Casino, the end of this road, and
here we have the people who have spontaneously popped up along the parade.
Yeah, they've got Purell.
Providing people with water.
Water, Purell, because we are still in the midst of a pandemic.
We are headed to Main and Butler right now. We heard there could be a conflict involving police there. So that is where we are headed now. Change that.
Crossing Rivard.
Looks like for now anyway.
Heading.
We're going to stay right here with Devontae Hill's group.
Down Lafayette.
Here in downtown Memphis at Tom
Crossing
Lee Park.
Rivard, which is also
But
called
if there
Carl
is
and Levin
anything
Avenue.
notable there,
What?
we will let you know at the commercial appeal. For now, though, we're at Tom Lee Park where several hundred are gathered
Our next block is Chrysler Drive.
in a circle for a demonstration led by activist Devontae Hill.
And Victory guy trying to make his way through.
Now, though, we will be heading.
Oops, cars coming through. Not quite sure why, but
Apologies. We will be heading to Main and Butler here on this commercial appeal live stream. We heard there could be a potential conflict there involving police officers. As soon as we get there, we will let you know what is going
thanks
on.
for hanging in there with us. Victory, protest victory march back into downtown Detroit.
They claim to come.
Again, we will keep you updated on any potential conflicts here on the commercial appeal live stream.
step back.
Look at her! Look at her! Oh, little smirk. You saw that shit from fucking Monday? You protect that shit? Everybody sees 18-year-old girl that shot 10 times.
Same time.
Right? I'm gonna get people.
But yo,
Y'all looking for
good.
For who?
Not for us.
Just one step back.
One step back.
Hey, y'all suck. Y'all suck. I don't see no riot here. I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear. Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
I don't see no riot here.
Take up all your riot gear.
You don't get a pass for this deployment.
I think this guy's
There are more of you here. Fucking Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Don't keep thinking about that shit. Why? Fucking why? You were activated for one fucking reason. That's political, that should piss you off. Did y'all join so you can be used as political pawns? Did you? Hey, why you got the baby shield? Why you got the baby shield? Y'all should be just as mad as we are.
That's your life purpose. That's your life purpose. When you lay down, you think about your life purpose. You know that all you did was be a fucking pawn for Donald Trump. For the United States, that's it.
Our family had to leave their home to lay down your head police state. Now here we are.
What you're doing is wrong.
Same shit, different hemisphere. Kids are gonna wonder why in the future why we were not allowed up against that fucking fence over there. They're gonna read about it in their fucking third grade classroom. You guys are on the wrong side of that shit. What's the
Are you proud of the stance that you're taking right now, standing here like that in front of Americans? Is this what you're saying to Americans right now? You're doing it?
What you are doing now will not be remembered as bravery or courage, but as cowardice and treason. You have been tricked by a system that does not care about you, and now it has pitted you against the people that you went to school with, that you sat next to on the bus, that you cheered for sports games.
Both of you signed up to protect. Remember when you signed up to protect the American people? Well, we're the American people, and y'all are facing us. Think about that. Think about that. Think about that. Think about it for a second. Y'all are supposed to be protecting us, and y'all are facing us, the American people. Why the fuck are you doing it? Why? Why are you giving me that way of fucking reason why? That's all I want to know. That's all I want to know. Why y'all doing it?
Take it off!
Why? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Which one? How many of y'all did it last night? How many of y'all did it last night? Doesn't make any sense. There's amendments. It's the first one. They said it's the most important.
We will see you next time. Thank you.
Half of the time, I didn't even get a ticket. I'm just fucking serious. I'm just fucking serious. I'm a white sports car, I'm a dreadlock, I'm an ex-football player, and I look like a fancy thing. Just driving down the street down the road. I used to live one very specific instinct. I worked at the Overroom. I'm a hospitality professional. It was the first bar I ever worked at in Washington, D.C. This is now 9 years ago. I'm driving from Virginia. I'm on Route 28, which is in between Loudoun County and Fairfax County. Right before I was about to get out of the territory of Loudoun County, a Loudoun County trooper pulled me over. That Loudoun County trooper pulled me over to tell me that I didn't have tags on the front of my car. I knew for a fact that I didn't wrap this thing up. Them numbers is fine to you now. Y'all don't know shit. He looked at it. From that very moment, that was supposed to be his only concern. He looked at every inch of my car, from my exhaust to my registration to my admission sticker, just to ultimately tell me that my car looks like a car that should be pulled over. My car looks like a car that should be pulled over, or do I look like a person that should be pulled over? And then the last insult to injury, as I told him he made me late to work. My livelihood was just so much harder to actually come by than some of yours. I'm just throwing it out there. That's just dramatic. He looked at my wrist. I love your bracelet. I had a black and blue bracelet that my brother, who looks exactly like you, is almost clean. Was he Lebanese? He's full-blown white American. I'm Lebanese. I'm not joking. Yeah. I came out real white, but I'm Lebanese to judge anybody. I got judged. He looked at that black and blue bracelet and said, well, I don't know that counts. I had no clue what he was talking about. It was because it was the invert of Blue Lives Matter. Instead of being black with the blue on the inside and blue with the black on the inside. I had no clue. He pointed at it and he touched me over it. I told him, do not touch me. And the big fat ass, my left foot,
This never happened to me. That's because of where I live. And I'm sorry. No, I do because you can't just this week with more human race. The difference between us people is how God our ancestors never put us together. I'm shooting. I'm doing my PhD in human evolutionary biology right now. I can tell you, all of us are the same. Our DNA is the same. The difference in language, the difference in skin color, it's nothing. It's barely even, it's not in our genes. It's something that's learned, and if you can learn it, you can unlearn it. Exactly. Exactly. No baby is born into the world, right? It's learned. We know you hate your boss as much as we hate your boss. Admit it. You hate your boss. The general is shit. The general is shit. That is the bunch of big president behind you. We hate him just as much as you hate him. He done pulled you out here to fucking be a disgrace to your own fucking country. I love the military. I do not love what you're doing right now, but I'm bitch ass president. You hate your president. You hate your boss as much as we hate your boss because we do not stand for what he stands for. We would stand for this shit. Why would they need American benefits and American I work in restaurant centers all over the world because of how dumb this shit is. So we're not strong. Yeah, likewise. I can't wait to get back to you guys got fried chicken. You might put us out of really glad to meet you. Thank you for sharing. They don't see it. I remember meeting my freshman year, some people in my orientation, like this from Montana.
No. Something like that? I'll send it to you.
We end where we began. For some people, it ended with a trip to the Detroit Detention Center. Almost 400 people arrested and ticketed so far. Unless a couple people got snatched here or there, it's looking like no one will be arrested and ticketed tonight. I'm sure the police are just as happy to get home on time as the protesters. We have another post. I was arrested last night as well, and it was accurate. That was the post, not me. I went home. I didn't get arrested this time.
We're heading toward, we're on Michigan Avenue. We're heading towards Cass, the intersection of Cass.
Somebody's saying he got off lucky if he got pepper sprayed. Folks, let me tell you something. You got pepper sprayed, you got any tear gas, that's no joke. But the chief did tell us that there was some pepper spray deployed last night. That was not as planned. Police were not supposed to deploy anything.
Yep, regrouping back where they started this evening.
Mandy, before we pull up for these last words, we have a note here from our colleague Darcy Moran. She said the chief said today the gas was deployed when a supervisor was pulled into the crowd and was not allowed to exit when he tried.
Okay.
So it looks like
it was a response to
that was an appropriate use of the gas.
All right, so I'm going to move in a little closer here. See, look, if there's going to be some parting words here. It's very dark. Here we go.
Give our brothers and sisters.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
We're in the back. Time to catch up. We're gonna give our brothers and sisters. We're in the back.
Thanks, man.
Time to catch up. We're gonna give our brothers and sisters who are in the back time to catch up.
Tristan right here. It's hard to see. I know it's really dark here. There's really no lights. But anyway, thanks for bearing with us. There they go, sitting together.
If you can hear my voice, repeat after me. If you can hear my voice, repeat after me. The first thing that I want to say. Everybody can hear me, right? Because people started to go home. Okay. So I just want to thank everybody for coming out here and holding the line. This is a victory. The next time you are called to come and stand by your brothers and sisters in the name of justice, true justice, do not be afraid. I want to thank everybody. I'm so tired. I'm ready to go home.
All right, this is a victory, y'all.
A victory. Tristan has his arm up in the air. Put your fist up.
This is an example of when the movement is united, focused, determined, making sure we stand together, strong, support each other, strong. So, a couple of things before we go. First off, we won this battle tonight. But if I've learned anything from y'all, I know I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow. And I'll be here tomorrow. I'll ice my feet. We'll start same time 4. Maybe have some more discussion for the first hour or 2, and then we just pick it up from there, y'all. But this was great, and look, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much, okay? Thank you!
Tristan, thank you. thanking
Now remember,
the marchers,
our
the protesters.
manifesto says justice for George Floyd, right?
Nakia.
We also want to make sure, in
Nakia
particular,
sitting, resting.
that all charges are dropped, period. All charges. And then to carry out evictions because we have a mass eviction crisis coming up in the city of Detroit. And that is not right. And again, let's just say it one more time. I ain't got my phone, TPD. My phone. Give me my phone. Also, again, even when I get my phone, don't call me, just show up where we are, okay? Yeah! That's it. Now I know I was asked by a brother of mine, y'all all my brothers and sisters.
Thank you.
And it was moving going forward. But can we have a moment of silence, y'all?
Moment of silence.
Y'all ready to start? Let's start.
Moment of silence with people's arms in the air.
All right, man. Make sure y'all are safe as we make our way back to our various destinations. And make sure to tell your folks, come tomorrow. We're here tomorrow. All right? Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this.
People are celebrating. And that's a wrap tonight. Doing some selfies.
Again, tomorrow, same time, same location.
People taking some celebratory.
Y'all gotta remember who we got. In office, we got Donald Trump,
Whose house? Our house.
Hey, look, man, the key to this whole thing is to be relentless. Alright? Like I said before, don't forget about this. Y'all gotta remember who we got. In office, we got Donald Trump, aka Donald Hump, cause the shit that he said is so booty. So look at it. Let me tell y'all something, man. This guy, man, got so many tricks up his sleeve, it's unbelievable. Don't let him phase you. Stay relentless. That's the key word, relentless. Name y'all self-relentless. I'ma tell y'all, man, y'all are error. Y'all error, that should be the name of y'all error. Relentless. Cause y'all relentless, man. Y'all relentless and y'all keep coming and coming and coming. Like, I know y'all probably sitting there talking about, damn, why is it about us for him? Man, look, I'm 45 years old. I came down here in 1983 and I was at the 20th anniversary of Martin Luther King, I Have a Dream speech. I went to the 20th anniversary. I was 8 years old, man. Yeah. And y'all making me proud. I was here with his mom. Yeah. We don't get tired. Yeah.
We won't stop. Horses. We won't stop. Horses.
I need everybody, like I said, the original statement we're trying to make to these lawmakers. Because guess what? We don't know who's still at work right now. Yeah. Somebody in there that gotta go home tonight, but they're gonna have to walk through us. Let's go around front.
continue. We point to fucking ass out.
Let's go.
Live on Telemundo. This is Romaine and Lillian Way. Romaine and Lillian Way. Copy that, thank you. Romaine and Lillian Way. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Willoughby. This is Willoughby and Vine. Willoughby and Vine.
Right next to you. Come out to the hype. You were here yesterday, huh? Yeah. How you doing? Good, how are you? Good, thank God. Who do you work for?
USA Today.
Oh, nice.
This is Willoughby westbound at Lillian Way.
Are you walking? Are you gonna walk? I'm not gonna do it again. This is Sandy Hooper with USA Today. We're here in downtown Los Angeles where there's a Black Lives Matter protest that started around 3 o'clock today and it's about almost 8 o'clock here in LA. Curfew has been extended. Last night it was 6 p.m. The last few nights it's been pretty early, but they've extended curfew here till 10 p.m. The crowd here is still pretty large. It's been a very peaceful protest throughout the day. As you can see, there's kind of different groups. There's still some here at City Hall. There's some in the park over here, but the large crowd is now moving down into the heart of Los Angeles. And they will march and most likely come back here, and we'll see what happens for the rest of the night. Again, we were here last night. It was a very peaceful protest, even after the curfew hit. A small group of about 150 people were arrested last night, but they were again very peaceful, no violence. Stay tuned on USA Today. We're streaming live from multiple cities as these protests continue over the next few days. And again, go to usatoday.com for more coverage of protests across the country.
Really good vibes, a lot of love.
sorry, yeah, can you repeat that? Yes, they are. Thank you. It is Cahuenga and Willoughby is where the group has moved to. They pushed off to the west through Willoughby. There's a couple of groups here that have kind of fractured off from each other, and they've moved in a westerly direction. So LAPD has been mobilizing the field forces to direct the crowds in a southerly direction right here along Cahuenga. But right now, very peaceful again, a peaceful protest happening here in Hollywood, and we'll see which way the crowd goes. They do have an option of continuing westbound on Willoughby, but it looks like there's a branch of them that are sending down Cahuenga right now back towards Melrose. Yeah, just for now, they just entered this intersection, and it's likely that we'll see them get up and move. Like I said, the group, this is a smaller section of the group. Let me come out wider and show you as I go down south on Cahuenga. The rest of the group has already make their way southbound here, and you see they're moving towards Melrose right now. So it looks like they may be heading back to their vehicles wherever they're parked at, out towards the south and west.
What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now!
So as you can see, it is past curfew here. The protesters are on the ground, on their knees, with their hands up. If the government is going to attack them, they're going to have to attack people on their knees with their hands up. And that should be a crime against humanity.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
We've got some press here on the front lines with us from Al Jazeera.
No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Our streets! 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 Take a knee!
جانبي هم الآن في حالة تأهب في حالة اندماج شغب وحقيقة المظاهرات أو الاحتجاجات كثيرة اليوم سلمية لم يسودها
We don't see no riot here. Take up all your riot gear. We don't see no riot here. Take up all your riot gear. We don't see no riot here. Take up all your riot gear. We don't see no riot here. Take up all your riot gear. We don't see no riot here. Take up all your riot gear. We don't see no riot here. Take up all your riot gear. We don't see no riot here. Take up all your riot gear. We don't see no riot here. Take up all your riot gear.
They're going to arrest about 100 people at El Centro.
Y'all choosing to be out here.
Look at us. See us. Look at us. See us. We are people. We are fighting for the right to
The only thing that's changed about this crowd since curfew is that you see a lot more helmets and goggles, and that's obviously a defensive thing in case of any gas or rubber bullets. We do see.
Y'all go home. Y'all forced me to be here. Y'all want to take it down to my
Even if you don't make a change now, even if you don't make a change now, I need you all to see us, because this isn't a riot. This is simply a plea for our freedom. I'm afraid. I've been raising twins, my brother and sister, since I was in high school. I fear for their safety. I see their innocence every time I see them. You don't have to change in this moment, but I need you to see me in my eyes and know that this is not a riot. This is a plea. This is not a riot. This is a plea. Look me in my eyes.
We don't want more than
We do not want more. We want the same right that you get. I want to be able to go to fucking prom. I want to be able to go to graduation. I want to be able to fucking graduate from college and buy my own house. You know what I'm saying? You can be a part of the change that makes that possible. She doesn't have to call my mom every fucking hour because I'm trying to advocate for what's right, and she don't know if I'm going to make it home. That's bullshit. Why don't you protect her? Take your shield down. 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 Take your shield down.
Take your shields down. Take your shields down.
If y'all feel like y'all gotta get physical and make us and throw shit, then that's fine.
These are amazing people. These are amazing people.
But I hope that you take that that you speak to people and advocate. This is not right. You don't do this to people. The books are not going to under you. If you had kids, I would never wish for your kids to have to grow up and live the black experience, because this shit is tough. You know how fucking
what it is? You don't. After curfew, it ain't no different from what it was before. You get to put that uniform on. We don't get to pick our skin color. But if I could, I would still be black anyway. Black and proud, baby girl. Black and proud. Always. Because not everybody's strong enough for this shit, but the ones who are, we grow up and we become successful, and we do great things with our life. My fucking grandmother had to march for this shit, and here I am today, marching for this shit.
I love that shit.
He's not gonna
I wouldn't want to be born any other race.
Peaceful
protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
She's a person. Look at her. Look at her. You are doing your job and you are asking me. Look at her.
Humanity. You think I want my siblings to be like you when they grow up? I would rather go to jail standing up for something that's right than to stand in a uniform and protect some shit that isn't right and isn't true. And it is what it is. If I have to give my future for a better future for other people, I'm fine with that. Because this shit is gonna change. Whether you like it or not.
Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter!
You two Black lives matter! What's happening right now?
Black
lives matter! You're fucking lying about it for the rest of your life!
Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter!
How many birthdays is missed? How many holidays is missed?
Black lives matter! Black lives matter!
I don't care.
Black lives matter!
As long as y'all keep y'all pension and y'all millions and y'all homes and y'all pensions.
Black lives matter!
I hope if you have kids, that grow up and act like these girls over here who stand up for what's right.
We're all willing to lay our futures on the line for her to get justice and peace.
Exactly. That's the same way I'm willing to lay my shit down on the line for them because I know that they stand with me fully. I know that they're serious about this shit. Because they're going to be at home on Twitter.
Who are you sitting on the line for? You can stand in solidarity too. You can just cross that line. It's not hard. It's a couple steps. Are you okay? Come over here and just looking at her. You can start by just looking at her. Is a paycheck worth it?
I want y'all to understand.
Is your dignity worth it? Benefits you're gonna have to fight tooth and nail to get from the military.
You can stand right here and do your job.
You're protecting a man who don't give a shit about you.
You can do your job and still acknowledge her humanity. It is not an either or. It is your ego.
I hope I test at least one heart tonight. That's all I ask. Fuck your curfew! Fuck your curfew! Fuck your curfew! They do seem to be filling in ranks here some. Fuck your curfew! Fuck your curfew!
If you are here and doing your job and you just stand here and you're standing next to somebody that won't look us in the eye, then you need to fucking talk to that person later. Call in your friends. You're not all bad. Call in your friends. Call in your coworkers. Bring them up to speed because you're not all bad. You don't need to be. You can be doing your job and you can look us in the eye. You can still fight for us and stand for us. And if you see people next to you and in your fucking squads that are not doing that, then you need to call them in. Call them into action. You have this privilege. You have a voice that people care about. And you can use it to call people in.
Nobody is asking for rights that we don't deserve.
That's your 4 hours for this shit.
No. Thank y'all for keeping it safe.
Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! See the same thing that we see! Hands up! 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 Don't shoot! 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 Move that camera! Hands up! Move that camera! Hands up!
Y'all don't gotta do this all if y'all don't want to. Y'all chose.
Hands up! Don't shoot! 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 Don't shoot!
I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran. Sergeant, you didn't join the Army for this, Sergeant.
That's all you need to do. And I encourage you to keep doing that.
You have veterans.
I encourage you to keep doing that.
You have veterans here.
I encourage you to keep doing that.
To quit your job. We're not asking you to fight anybody. We're asking you to acknowledge how we feel. I'm not even 21 years old. Shouldn't have to be out here arguing or yelling at you. I'm 20. I'm 20. I turned 21 in October.
Your generation is fierce. You guys are beasts, and we're fucking proud of you. We're
My
fucking
generation
proud
has
of
to go
you.
to jail for change, and that's what the fuck we're gonna do.
We're
It doesn't
proud
matter.
of you. You're young, and you're doing this. We're proud of you.
You don't have nothing to lose by acknowledging us.
Nothing. Nothing to
You
lose.
know how much shit that I can get, Bob?
No, but you didn't earn it.
I could fucking lose my life being out here, but it doesn't matter because if that's what changed, call us change and I'll do that shit.
How would you feel if your mom was murdered? How would you feel if your dad was murdered?
There's veterans here. You didn't do this, PFC. You didn't join the Army to do this.
It's like right over there in the crowd.
Fuck yeah, that was awesome. But I'm scared every day I see that. I don't know if I've ever seen a protest with a spotlight.
Where did they go?
Once we put the light on them, they're running.
Cowards, bro. They up in the window.
I'm not tired of standing up every day. I'm not tired of screaming. I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of being so mad.
You got seen.
Well, that spotlight has some tricks, huh? I don't know, but this is the best. I've been in a lot of protests. I think this is my first spotlight that the protesters had. We can't breathe. 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 Because we're black. Because we're people. Stop killer cops! 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 I'm not mad. Stop killer cops! I'm not mad. Stop killer cops! Stop killer cops! Stop killer cops! I'm not mad. Stop killer cops! You don't want to be here. Nobody wants to be here, but we all have to be here. You have to be here, and I have to be here. I have to be here for my family. I have to be here for him, and I got to be here for her. I've been here since Saturday, 5 days. I got nothing left. Nothing. I got nothing left. I got nothing. And I'm here every day. I clock in, I go to work, and I show up here.
That's what you wanted? When you enlisted or when you commissioned, is that what you wanted?
Be able to serve and do the same shit that y'all do. I want y'all to value my life the same way y'all value y'all. That's all. I want y'all to value my life the same way I value mine.
Dissent is patriotic.
Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12!
Oh, hey, they turned off the lights on the White House again. Those fucking pussies. Up, the White House has no lights. They're scared. Man, I lived here a long time. I used to walk by the White House all the time late at night. That ain't normal.
And for those who don't want to be here tonight, but you have to, I'm sorry to you and thank you.
Demilitarize. I'm right here with you. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at none of these people.
Fuck yeah.
I'm not mad.
For those of you watching, it says demilitarized police on a military vehicle that is being used to block us from getting anywhere near Farragut Square, which is outside the White House. This is not a normal thing for protest. For those of you that aren't from DC, I want you to know that I'm born and raised here and I've become a protest since I was young. It is not normal for us to be kept this far away from the White House. We have done all sorts of protests, civil disobedience, right up against the fence of the White House, and it's never been a problem until Trump was in office.
I gotta be here for my family. I'm the oldest. I'm the oldest.
This is very unprecedented. This is not normal.
I gotta talk to somebody.
Without fear.
For them to keep us this far away from the White House, we do protests all the time. I was born and raised here. I've been going to protests since I was young. It is not normal for us not to be able to get near the White House.
Trump is a fucking coward.
Because he's a coward.
Trump is a fucking pansy and a coward.
And you gotta ask yourself, what does it say about our president that people can't even safely protest near the White House? Something we have done for decades here. Something that should be constitutionally protected. There's
I want to be able to see my grandkids one day.
no more appropriate place for us to be protesting than outside a government building like the White House. But you all won't let us anywhere near it for literally no fucking reason other than him being a fucking pansy. That church where he attacked us to take a photo op, we can't even get near there right now all day because of y'all, because of the orders they gave y'all that you didn't have to follow. This is not normal. This isn't how we normally lead our lives in a free country that respects the right to protest. And you all know this. Because all of you signed up to fight to defend the Constitution, and you all know that.
When Obama was president, he marched with us. He marched with us. Where is Trump?
And even when we protested Obama, when we locked ourselves to the fence, to the White House fence, they never cleared us out. And ask yourself why that is that it's changed now. And if you think it's just that Americans are worse, something's wrong with what you're thinking. It's not that Americans are worse, it's that the people running the government right now are worse.
How do you feel protecting a bitch? You're gonna buy like a little scared bitch. The paycheck? Exciting? For you to stand here with us one cardboard and your arm to the fucking teeth, is that worth it? No? No answer? You don't have an answer.
We got protesting here and you got right. You need to turn around and face them. The only problem is in that White House. The corruption and the injustice. This is what y'all doing this shit for right now.
Hey, you can tell us what you're saying. 35,000 people watching. You can tell them. You don't have to whisper. We're your friends. You can talk to us.
People understand.
You don't have to whisper.
You will retire one day. You will not wear this
You will be a human being if you say you don't. Stand for another human being.
You guys should quit your jobs. Definitely quit your jobs.
It might be hard for you viewers to see, but every time they move that light over somewhere where people are, those people go hide.
Like this.
They're clearing the views over us by keeping those people hidden. It's a great tactic I have not seen used at a protest before.
Where's the line for you? How bad does it have to get before you're willing to speak up?
I think if they think the cops in Minneapolis to be prosecuted.
Do you think people who murder unarmed civilians should be prosecuted? It feels pretty fucking basic, right? Why here you all are.
You would think it's basic.
It's pretty basic, right? You murder someone who's innocent and unarmed, you go to fucking jail.
Oh, but you forgot if they're black.
Oh, right. We live in a racist fucking country, and you're all standing on that side of the line because you think that murderous cops should be protected.
Excuse me, sir. Can you please take him? Can you please bring someone instead of him?
Protect me. Y'all fight to protect this country, right?
Why don't you
Y'all fight
protect
to
him?
protect this country,
Where's
right?
your line? How bad does it have to get? Because it's pretty fucking bad, and you're all still standing over there.
Y'all should really just think about, like, what is the line where I would say
Y'all fight to
no
protect this
and I
country,
wouldn't
but I'm
do
proud
it?
of this country.
Because the
Y'all not
line
fighting to
keeps
protect me.
moving and it creeps up on you.
This is
If
why
you
I'm
don't-
here today.
If you don't think about it and set that, it becomes really easy to just keep going further and further and further. And they've shown this with psychology protests over and over. They showed it with the prisoners where they just slowly got these guys to torture them more and more and more. Think about what the line is where you would say no if they ordered you to do something and be ready to do it. It does look like they're sending more and more people here. The lines are getting a little thicker.
You just walked in.
It's tough to tell if they're actually sending more or just cycling people out.
You can't take off that uniform. You're gonna get black again, son. This is what the fuck you signed up for. Who are you protecting to be? We're here all night. Long as you go sit down and take a nap.
If you're new here, we'd like you to know this is a peaceful protest, and we wish none of you any harm whatsoever. We just wish you won't harm us as well. If they give you orders to harm peaceful protesters, we just ask that you not do it. Just like we're going to police our own and make sure no one here hurts you, because we want y'all to come home to your families too.
For the people that left and right of you, but you,
Home to their families.
you're supposed to know better.
From my point of
You're
view.
supposed to be looking out for us.
See this shit from my point of view. That's all I ask. If y'all can look at this shit from my point of view,
I'm hurt that you're not next to us. No. You should be with us. You should be with us. You should be with us.
Why are you on the wrong side? What are y'all getting ready for? You got gloves and signs and shit. What the fuck are y'all getting ready for? This is not a war zone. Except y'all made it back.
Yeah, we're not white Republicans with a bunch of guns that get to storm buildings uncontested.
How good are you gonna feel using that gun on somebody who ain't got a weapon? You good with that? You try to be on the news too?
Protesting COVID-19 was the laws at AR-15 3 weeks ago.
Who are you protecting? Everything you did. Line item on your TV. Who are you defending? Do you march in the nation's capital? Who do you serve? Count as a deployment for you? So you signed up to fight for wolves. Why are you afraid? We're all unarmed. What freedom? I've literally never seen or touched a gun in my life.
Black lives matter. Black lives matter.
I do need guns.
Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Why you taking nameplate off, man? Remember?
What's so funny back there?
Hey, where your name tag?
What's so funny back there? Ain't shit funny right now.
You were smiling and everything. Where your name tape at?
These two fucks right here in the flag? Yeah, with the smirking and shit? Ain't shit funny.
This guy's just a kid.
I don't want my name to be called. I don't want to be next. I don't want to be another name on the fucking list. I don't want to be another statistic. Say her name. Y'all got a power. Say her name. 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 They can be your daughter, they can be your son, they can be your sister. Imagine your sister saying, come on, that's what mama's name. Y'all got a magic.
So we're now 30 minutes past curfew without any action. Hopefully that's a good indication that they're going to do what they did last night and just let the protest play out for the night. You know, like you would expect of a constitutional democratic republic where you have a freedom to protest.
Because it's the system you are. I'm ready to go to war for my justice. I'm ready to go to war for my life.
Lay your life on the line.
With it being so past curfew and them not coming after us, and my battery is starting to get a little low, I think I'm going to start moving to the back, just see what's going on.
I keep on listening. They start pepper spraying, tear gas and shit. Come to the table we got set up right here at 16th and 9, right across the street, right there. Literally right there, we got a table set up.
So here's the guys with the spotlight. One of the best things I've ever seen at a protest. Not something I've seen before. This is really remarkable. Very impressive. These are the ones writing white supremacy on military vehicles. Dissent is patriotic. Stop killer cops. I can't breathe. Hey, y'all are doing awesome work. So as you can see, everywhere you look, it's just a peaceful protest with people just here making their voices heard. There's no
the window was
reason
smashed
for
out
the
a little
government
bit,
to
but they
use
did
violence.
not.
There was really no reason for them to bring out the military today or to push us back. They still have the fence up that they had yesterday that seemed to work fine keeping us at bay. And And just from this side of the fence, it was frankly a little refreshing to have the police kept away from us after what they did to us the night before. It just felt like they were a lot less likely to attack us with a big fence in between us. So yeah, thank you all for watching and tuning in. I know not everyone can be here, and it helps to know that a lot of people are watching. So that.
Okay. Yeah, it didn't look like he was armed. We'll see. There's two guys there. There's one with. They both look like they have cell phones. Let's see. Yeah, he's putting away his cell phone as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Jack, they are. They have been talking about it, but the group moves on them before they get a chance to get into place. That's the trouble they're having. Let's move back. Wait, Vine, and let's move east, Mike, to your 2 o'clock, right along the boulevard that's under you. Okay, Jack. Jack understood. Sorry, Steph. I was listening to, or Jack was talking to me. We're trying to get in to find where they're going to make these arrests. Yeah. I missed where they were going to do those arrests. Okay, I think I see it. Say again. Right here on this street, they're moving in. It's south of Sunset. Well, let me look over here now. They're just setting up a skirmish line. I think it's this group they're talking to. But I don't see the people there. Can you...
I'm holding senility off for 1 more year.
Selma and El Centro, but Leland. Oh man, Leland, I missed the cross. You can, let's see. So there's a couple here under behind this tree, Mike. If you slide left, it is an east-west, yeah. If you go this way, well, it'll clear it up. There it is, yeah. Yeah, so if you want to move over the street, I think it'll clear it up even more. Pull out so you'll get an idea. So you see the big construction building under construction and the empty lot? On Leland Way, just west of El Centro Avenue. Leland Way and El Centro Avenue. They're calling it about 50, 5-0 in custody, 50, they're calling it. And Jack from Gill, we still have about an hour of fuel left. MTA bus. There's an MTA, hang on. Where is it? Not correct. Okay, that's a false. Cahuenga and Argyle on Sunset. Cahuenga and Argyle on Sunset. Should be right under us. Sunset. It's I think it's under us, behind us. I do copy. We're clear. We're clear, Mike. Yeah. Cahuenga and Sunset, 200 people looting. They're calling it now.
And I.
Oh, looting is starting on Hollywood Boulevard. Do you see the airship? Because okay, one over, because I heard them say that Hollywood Boulevard. Oh yeah, I think that's what we need. Yeah, there we go, perfect. They're at Sunset and La Brea currently, Jack. Yeah, no worries.
We've talked.
I'm just gonna take a moment to throw on my sweater. Yeah, exactly, but it's okay. I'll just throw on my sweater and we'll be good. Okay. Cool. It looks like they're going to be going northbound on La Brea. Northbound La Brea, they're making that turn. Jamie, just copied you. Thank you. And thank you to all of you who are joining us online. I'm Miliana Marino of Hero News Chopper 4 Alpha, along with my pilot Sarogar Betian, as we watch a group of peaceful protesters make their way through Hollywood. They're currently going northbound on La Brea, coming away from Hawthorne Avenue. This is a group that we've been watching for quite a while. It's a group that originated near Crescent and Sunset. A group that numbered at about 400 people at its peak, maybe even more. This was part of a protest that was put on by singer and artist Lizzo, and it has been a peaceful protest thus far. At one point, the protest even making its way over to Hollywood and Highland before continuing to travel through the streets here of Hollywood. We've been looking at some of the signs that these protesters have, and a lot of them do make reference to George Floyd. I've seen some make reference to Trayvon Martin. They are calling for an end to police brutality, as well as to seek justice in the death, most recently of George Floyd, but other young African-American men and women that have died in altercations with police. The protesters, though, continue walking here north on La Brea. However, there is, of course, the curfew well in effect, which means that even though they are not committing any acts of vandalism and they're continuing to peacefully protest, they do have the risk of getting arrested by authorities for violating curfew. At this point, we haven't seen any of these individuals be taken into custody. However, not far away from here, we were, when we first arrived on scene to take over for our partners in News Chopper 4 Bravo, we noticed that there were some arrests going on near Sunset Boulevard, just to our south. So at one point we'll get down there to show you what that looks like. But for now, we'll continue to watch these peaceful protesters make their way here on La Brea, coming up to Hollywood. So a major intersection here in the Hollywood area. Again, Hollywood Boulevard and La Brea. You can see what this is doing to traffic in the area, though. All of those cars right behind the protesters.
It's unclear if they are connected to the protest or if there are other people just trying to make their way through. But I would say that at least some of them are participating in this protest. As you can see that there's some people hanging out the window there as they travel northbound on La Brea coming up to Hollywood Boulevard. I haven't had a chance to check what direction they're going to take when they get to Hollywood, so I'm going to move the shot over there and we'll find out together. And it looks like they are in fact going to be going westbound, so westbound Hollywood from La Brea. Custody in connection to Floyd's death. Before coming over to Hollywood here, we had also gone over to the Westwood area. There was another protest also near the federal courthouse over there, just off of Wilshire and the 405 freeway. We were there earlier when some of those protesters made their way onto the 405 freeway, and they cleared off the freeway within 15-20 minutes. And we just had gone over there to see what the status of that situation was. Hold on just a second, everybody. Go ahead, Sarah. What we're looking at right now? Or the...
That's 8th Street.
Wow.
That's 8th Street, and that is now a separate confrontation on the other side of the freeway where officers are basically drawing a line. They're forming multiple skirmish lines to contain and box in the crowd. That's essentially where we are. We're basically at the point where they're going to try and box them in, and I would imagine that we're just minutes away from seeing some arrests here if these folks don't disperse. I just don't see them obeying any of these orders, though.
Yeah, so we have this big crowd right there on 8th Street. We have another crowd on the 110 freeway, and the freeway is still at a standstill. Chris, stand by. We're going to take a quick break. We're also going to get the very latest in the weather as we head into this weekend with Daniel Romero, so stay with us.
So all in all, at least 20 people here. Yeah, right here at Hollywood and Argyle. People who are in custody. It's unclear if they are in custody because of looting or if it is related to the curfew violation, as it is past 6 o'clock. Here we go, someone being taken into custody right there who was fighting a bit with police, so they had to not only handcuff his hands, but they also had to tie his legs together to get him into the back of that squad car. He was fighting with them a bit. And now he's in the back of that cruiser for the LAPD's Hollywood division. Now I'm going to punch in an address real quick because we're hearing about some additional activity also in the area, but a few miles away, so let me go ahead and punch it in. It's where the airship is, yeah. Cool. Perfect. Hey Stephanie, I gotcha. Melrose and Vine in Hollywood. Yeah, I think the door's barricaded. Thank you, Jamie. Yeah, it's barricaded with pallets, but I'm not sure if the store did that to protect the store, or if the looters did that. They were already there. Okay, cool. Thank you, Stephanie. Perfect. Yeah, then it was the store that did it. Smart, though. Oh, there we go. They're moving in. Wow, look at this. LAPD officers climbing through all of the things that were blocking the door here at the pavilions on Melrose and Vine, trying to gain access into the store to find if there are any looters left inside.
Okay. You got it.
It's a big store, so a lot of officers are responding to it.
It's a
to get in
pavilion.
there
Where
and
is
figure
it?
out if anyone is left. This is Melrose and Vine.
And why are they going in there? Are there looters inside, or?
Yeah, so they had heard that there were looters inside. They already took a few into custody, but the doors were barricaded by the store, we believe. So they had to move everything out of the way in order to climb in,
order to
there
get
and
in?
get into the store. Yeah.
Stand by. What are they trying to do here? I don't know where that takes. Oh, they're just trying to get away from the police. Oh, does that ramp take them? Where does that go? They're just in the... Hold that wide shot so you can see the perimeter. Yeah, I like that. Just watch that building. Yeah, that's the shot. Just a little, yeah. No, we'll start establishing, and then we'll push into the group. Colleen, so essentially what's happened here is they formed like a little bit of a mini perimeter on this overpass at 7th Street and the 110 freeway. Officers on one side and the other side boxing in most of those protesters. So what did they do? They jumped over the rails, and they've all run into the Target parking structure near the top of your screen. That's the Target shopping center at Fig and 7th. Now hundreds of protesters running through that parking structure. Can only imagine where they come out. Of course, we'll continue to stay on top of it. Reporting live from Air 7 HD, I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Jack, yeah, they all climbed in there. They're checking to see if if there's anyone else in there. We hear a following though, but we know that the booth is about to use our shot for a tease. So they're bailing. Never mind, it's over. Hey, 30 seconds.
property and trying to cause trouble any way they can.
All right, Chris. But of course, we're going to stay watching this. Our newscast here on KDOC TV is coming to a close, but we are going to continue our coverage on ABC7.com and our ABC7 LA apps and wherever you are streaming. But again, we're watching this, and you can see a lot of activity in downtown LA tonight.
Keep it in mind. We'll be back.
Closer to the freeway. Earlier, we'll go ahead and pan over to 7th Street, where we just saw hundreds of protesters rush the Target parking structure right there along the right side of your screen. That parking structure right there was the only outlet for hundreds of protesters to basically get away from what is basically a perimeter. LAPD forming a perimeter on that overpass, and if they weren't able to evade police there, they would have ended up getting arrested. So I think they basically tried to just get away from police any way they could and ended up in that parking structure. You can see some of them coming out on the other side of the parking structure on, I believe, 8th Street. Here's a separate arrest team that was originally on the freeway. Again, there were a number of stragglers who remained on the freeway in an attempt to shut down traffic. This is exactly what law enforcement was trying to prevent all day long. They were giving this group as much leeway as possible. They were on a very long leash until things just went over the line. And now you see LAPD trying to maintain order in the area around the 110 freeway. The same scene, as you guys know, playing out in a number of other cities across the country. Even reports now of the Bay Bridge in San Francisco being blockaded by protesters. The protesters know that if they want to get their message across, their intention is to disrupt. They want to get as much attention as possible and disrupt high-profile landmarks or freeways or other thoroughfares. And that's what we've seen here, as we've seen in other parts of the country. And hopefully this particular protest will end without anybody getting hurt. We know one person was taken into custody a little bit earlier, a few blocks over towards Pershing Square, after things became very tense and took an ugly turn where protesters were throwing projectiles at police officers. Police officers basically calling for backup, and tons of LAPD units flooding the downtown area as best they can.
Wow, it is pretty unbelievable, though, to see how big this crowd has formed within sort of such a short period of time. I think at 5 o'clock there was less than 100 people that you were tracking, and now it's just ballooned. But the good thing is, Chris, though, we haven't yet seen the violence today that we've seen in places like San Jose. We saw a lot of fists being thrown, tear gas being fired, a bunch of arrests taking place, and that continues to escalate in the Bay Area. But when it comes to Los Angeles, it was relatively mellow until just after 7 o'clock when this crowd found their way basically onto the freeway.
It's a really fair point. You know, when you look across the country, the pictures that we have seen in the last 24 hours have clearly turned to violence that neutralizes the message, it neutralizes their cause, and it just is bad news all around. Here in LA, it really has been mostly peaceful. We've had isolated incidents of violence and public disobedience, but for the most part, we have to say that this has been fairly peaceful for the most part. There are, there was an officer who was thought to have gotten hurt a little bit earlier. I don't have a status on that officer if he was injured at all. I know there were ambulances that were called over to Pershing Square, but overall, the group just appears to be desperate for attention at this point. It's up to the viewer what you want to call them, whether you want to call them protesters or demonstrators or rioters or whatever the case may be. But in this case, we really haven't seen anywhere near the level of violence that we've seen in other cities.
At this point, we want to split the screen and show you a little bit of what's going on in Minneapolis right now. It's a close shot of the crowd, a person with a megaphone, but you can see people are en masse meeting again in Minneapolis, and it bears repeating. There is a curfew going on in that city from 8 p.m. until 6 a.m., and it is well past that. It is a little after 10 o'clock at night in Minneapolis. We did see a building on fire about an hour ago in Minneapolis, and keep in mind what happened there last night. It was the 3rd Precinct Police Station was basically burned down. The National Guard has been called and put into place there in Minneapolis as they anticipate more unrest from a crowd. We're going to continue to watch that situation. A number of other cities as well, Atlanta, San Jose, Las Vegas. We've been watching some unrest there, but in Los Angeles, our biggest concern right now is this crowd. They seem to be pretty much bent on getting the attention of law enforcement and putting their voice out there. Law enforcement largely, Chris, has been very patient with their movements.
Very patient. LAPD much more prepared today than earlier in the week, and really doing their best to not only give them the opportunity to protest, but part of the tactic is just basically staying nearby but out of sight. LAPD would rather be a fly on the wall and let the group move around with some liberties. You know, we have the luxury, I guess you would say, in the sense that downtown is still, relatively speaking, very, very quiet. I wouldn't call it a ghost town the way it's been in the last several weeks. You know, there's a lot more people walking around downtown. The stay-at-home order being lifted and restaurants opening up. You've got business owners in downtown, restaurant owners and staff preparing their businesses, preparing to reopen for the weekend. So there's a lot more activity going on downtown, but traffic-wise, they've been able to give this group lots of leeway and let them occupy some of the streets, sit down in the middle of some of the intersections at the inconvenience of other motorists, but all for the purpose of letting them express their frustrations, their anger, and their demand for justice for George Floyd. That's what this is all about. These folks are grieving, they are angry, they are taking this very personal. This is an incident that happened halfway across the country, but you would almost think that it happened in every major city. It's the same reaction to varying degrees in every major city across the country. It is a moment that we will remember years from now when we look back at this.
That crowd on the move again, very similar to their personality about an hour and a half ago, just meandering the streets looking for something. Let's give you another side. San Jose right now, which there has been a tremendous amount of violence. This shot on the right-hand side, it's near Santa Clara Street in San Jose. This was a scene just about 2 hours ago where tear gas was being administered. Very aggressive handling of the crowd. A number of arrests, a number of fights going on. Also a couple of dumpsters that were set on fire, but eventually they got the crowd to settle down. Nevertheless, there was a lot of violence there. Also, a lot of folks getting on the 101 freeway from that area. So the freeway, a constant theme, at least here in California, when it comes to these protesters. Now, on the left-hand side, that is back in downtown Los Angeles. The crowd on the move. Does it appear, Chris, on where they might be going?
Yeah, they've appeared to have turned around. So LAPD forming a pretty strong skirmish line near the 110 freeway at Olympic. That's what we're looking at here. This is Olympic Boulevard. Now here's a motorist trying to get through the intersection, and see, you don't want to see that. See protesters slamming the vehicle, and look at this. This is a motorist just trying to drive through the crowd. If he feels desperate, this is the threat. This is the problem. You try and keep the protesters separate from the motorists who are driving through the streets. And without law enforcement in the vicinity here, you have a motorist who is just trying to get through the intersection. He's now surrounded by protesters. This is going to be the intersection of Olympic Boulevard and Flower Street as he prepares to make his way through here and hopefully moves along. So the group turned around from the 110 freeway. They're going the opposite direction, traveling eastbound on Olympic Boulevard. I can tell you that the situation on the 110 freeway is resolving itself. CHP still on the scene near 7th Street, but the southbound lanes of the 110 freeway have been reopened, and the northbound side of the 110 freeway is now beginning to open up as well. So the situation on the 110 freeway is resolving. Traffic is starting to flow again. There's not a whole lot of backup, only about a half mile in either direction at 7th Street. And now the main body of protesters
really haven't been causing any issues. They have not been responsible for any of the vandalism or looting that we have seen today. And now they're continuing here eastbound on Sunset, coming up to Hayward.
You know, we can tell you our other chopper's in the air as well. News Chopper 4 Bravo. It's on its way to Riverside. We understand there are as many as 200 to 300 protesters in the downtown area there, sort of where the Mission Inn is, if you're familiar with that area. I was monitoring some of the pictures coming in upstairs. We know that sheriff's deputies and Riverside PD are getting ready to move in on them. So we'll keep an eye on the situation. We'll get to that. Ileana, this is one area in Hollywood right now, Hayward and Sunset. You've been flying all over this afternoon. Can you give us an idea of where some of the larger groups of protesters are right now, other than this?
This is probably the largest group that we've seen within this last hour, but we did go take a look at that protest group in the Westwood area. That was the group that you saw on the 405 freeway near the Wilshire Boulevard exit. We went to go take a look at those protesters to see where they were, and we actually found a good number of them. I'm going to say at least 2 dozen, if not 3 dozen people, very close to, I believe it's going to be Beverly Glen and Wilshire, roughly that area near the golf course. And we saw that they were all being taken into custody by the LAPD. We did not notice any protesters near the Westwood Federal Courthouse. That whole area has cleared. The freeway has cleared. But we did notice that a number of the individuals that had been involved in that protest that eventually ended off on the 405 freeway, a lot of those people are now in police custody.
Eliana, was this group at all part of the other group that was over on Hollywood Boulevard where you showed us? I guess there were 20 people lined up on the curb there next to the Hollywood stars. Is this group a part of that, or is this totally separate?
I think that at one point, Chuck, they probably were part of the same group, because when we were flying over this crowd earlier, it was a lot larger than what we're seeing here right now. We estimated that it was a crowd of at least 400 people, if not more. And so what we're seeing here is significantly less than that. So at some point, I believe that they did split off, and that group has already been arrested, and not necessarily for looting. They are taking people into custody for looting, but just an overall reason why they're taking people into custody is for violating curfew. So one of the things I heard over the scanner is even if officers suspect that someone may have been looting, they don't really need that as a reason to take them into custody. They're just taking them into custody for breaking curfew. And of course, if they get information or they get surveillance footage that leads them to believe that that person could have possibly also been involved in looting, then they could add that charge later on. But for now, at least tonight, anyone who is out here past curfew will be taken into custody for being outside.
Ileana, we're looking at a split screen right now. What we're seeing, in addition to your live picture from News Chopper 4 Alpha, is the picture that you shot just a few minutes ago. This is that Pavilions. I believe it was on Melrose and Vine. Can you talk us through it a little bit? You know, we're looking at the officers at the front door.
That was fascinating to watch the officers climb through the doors of the pavilions. It's the store that's right at Melrose and Vine, as you said. They had gotten word that there was some looting going on inside. And the reason that the officers had such a tough time getting in the door was that the store, we believe it was the store, put up all sorts of barriers in the front of the door to try to keep people out, to keep people away from looting. That particular pavilions, I believe, has a pharmacy, and of course it has other items that looters would be interested in getting. And so we heard that there was some looting taking place. We went over there, and when we did, they already had about 10 or 12 people in custody sitting down on Vine, but the officers weren't sure if they had gotten everyone. The store is rather large, so what they did was they cleared a path for themselves by taking pallets down and taking other articles out of the way, and then they all started climbing over everything to get into the store. There was easily 20 officers that made their way into the store to check things out and see if anybody else was inside. We haven't heard if they found anybody else in addition to the people that they already had in custody, but they had to double check to be sure.
And Eliana, as we continue also to see on the left side of your screen, the protesters that you're overhead, they're still on Sunset, correct?
Correct. They're still on Sunset. They just passed over Fairfax. The next street coming up, I believe, is going to be Genesee, is what we're hearing. And I'm also listening to something on the scanner. There's a possibility that there could be either a following or pursuit in the area. We have heard about a few followings in the area about regarding possible looters. The officers will begin following those vehicles and eventually get them to pull over. So far, we haven't had a pursuit come out of it all, but they are now coming Sunset Boulevard and Genesee here in the Hollywood area.
Now, as we continue to look at this, we want to remind you there is a curfew. The mayor reminded us of that this afternoon. He said it is from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And simply put, it means you have to stay indoors. Doesn't mean you can drive on the street. Doesn't mean you can walk on the street. It means you have to stay inside. Ileana, these cars, this line of cars right here, would appear to be part of this procession of protesters here.
Some of them are part of the protest. You can look at this vehicle there, for example, the people hanging out the window. A car like this makes it pretty obvious to us, and we know that they're a part of the protest. The other vehicles, though, it's hard to tell. Really, everyone should be indoors by now, so it would lead us to believe that if these vehicles are following some of the protesters, they most likely are somehow involved with the protest and with the cause of having their voices heard this evening. But you can see that there's still quite a few cars out here. I mean, they really shouldn't be out here. It's past 6 o'clock. Again, whether you're in a car or whether you're on foot in the area, if you're out here past 6 o'clock, you could get arrested.
Eliana, do we have any idea where they're headed? I mean, is it possible they could be going back to their parked cars after participating most of the afternoon in this protest? Or
are they headed eastbound or westbound? I'm kind of curious as well, Chuck.
Yeah, so they're going eastbound on Sunset, and I know that they started at Sunset and Crescent. So we're not too far from the area. Ideally, that's what they're doing, is walking back over to Crescent and Sunset where this all began. And I'm continuing to get a little distracted here because we're hearing again on the scanner, it sounds like there may be either a following or a pursuit in the area, and the vehicle may have attempted to run over some officers. So we're keeping an ear on that, and then also continuing to follow the protesters here as they make their way on Sunset coming up to Curson.
Now, we haven't heard any numbers on number of people arrested out there today, but we heard Chief Moore earlier say there'd been as many as 700 arrests, and I'm not sure if that was over the weekend or just yesterday. I think it may have been a culmination of Saturday and Sunday, but 75 people arrested for more serious crimes in LA County. And there you see they're starting to scatter again. Yeah.
Eliana, I'm kind of interested in the pursuit that you're listening to. Is it in this general area?
Yeah, it's in the general area. I'm trying to get the exact cross, and the airship overhead is actually He's on Crescent is what we're hearing, and Normandy. So we're going to see if we can maybe catch up to that. We can always come back to the protesters here.
Sure.
But we're hearing the airship. He's actually asking what the want is. He's wanted for shooting fireworks at officers as they were passing by. So I'm getting a direction right now. He's on Santa Monica and Vermont. Okay, and now they're calling it a pursuit. So let me punch it into my map here, and we are going to start heading in that direction. We should be there in about 2 minutes. Saro, if you want to head to the directly east.
Chuck, as we're looking at our picture there, that may be the reason we saw those black and whites take off from the location. They took off lights and I assume sirens as well. When they left the area and left the protesters.
That could well be. It could well be.
Yeah, it looked like it was something of an emergency situation. And it's the second one. There was another one in Van Nuys this afternoon where the police there, the LAPD, was trying to keep track of a couple of looters. I don't know what the end result was, but it's a dangerous situation, very dicey. Even though people are supposed to be off the street, you see more people walking in the street in some areas as part of this peaceful protest.
And we should also remind our viewers online that there is another kind of disturbing situation that's happening out in Riverside, and we've got a was it Alpha or Bravo that's headed out?
I believe Bravo's out there with Gil Levis.
Gil Levis is headed out that way, and as soon as they can establish a signal, we'll bring that to you as well. Eliana has managed to go quite a distance there, and even with the doubler on that lens, it's probably hard to pick out where that pursuit is going. And now we have some video from Riverside. Do I understand that correct?
Yeah, that's what we're seeing, I think, on the split screen there. Yes, Chuck, and there you see the sheriff's deputies. That's some of the video I was watching before I came into the studio here. I believe the sheriff out there, Chad Bianca, is with them. And the one thing that I thought was very interesting, and I watched him take a knee with some of the other sheriff's deputies out there. Obviously, they're meant to signal to the protesters that they're in solidarity with them over the shooting, or not the shooting, I'm sorry, the death of George Floyd, the knee to the neck. You know, unprecedented moves. So many police chiefs, so many officers across the country have spoken out against that particular policing tactic. And what we're seeing is the officers trying to let the protesters know they agree with them as long as it's a peaceful protest, but then they see themselves lined up after curfew on opposite sides of the fence here.
Let's see if we can establish contact with Eliana again. Eliana, you got any more information on this pursuit?
Hey, Chuck, yes, we do. Last we heard was Fountain and Hyperion. And so we're probably just about a minute away. So we're just arriving on scene. At this point, we're hearing he's going to be going eastbound. So we're trying to figure out if there's any units behind the vehicle. At this point, I don't think there is. I think it's just the airship. So it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for us to find it. But we, of course, will do our best here. But
and once again, the want was that the individual had...
There's a spotlight about to come up on it. So that'll help us in our search here.
The want was that the individual was firing a fireworks at an officer. Was that it?
Sunset? Yeah, so what we heard was that the person was wanted for shooting fireworks at officers as the vehicle was passing by. And so that is why they got the airship over it, and now they're trying to get units behind it as well. Again, Fountain and Hyperion were the last two cross streets that we heard, but very close to the Echo Park area is where we're at now.
You know, that's one thing we saw this weekend many times in the Melrose area. On Melrose, some of the protesters were shooting across the police lines with fireworks, M80s, things like that. And, you know, as the mayor said today, you know, you might think that is a cute idea, it might be funny at the time, but don't do anything that will mess up the rest of your life. Ileana, is this the car or the vehicle we're looking for?
Yeah, this is the vehicle we were looking for. We didn't have a vehicle description, so it made it a little bit more difficult. And there's no units directly behind it, which is just adds to the difficulty. But thanks to my pilot, Saro Garabetian, and then we monitored the airship overhead, we were finally able to find it here. It's in the Echo Park area, just off of Sunset and Lilac Terrace. You can see how fast this vehicle is moving, and I'll work to get our our speedometer, our speedometer up and running so that we can monitor the speeds of this individual. You see that one unit of the LAPD just starting to arrive on scene there. So I'm monitoring here the streets as we come along, and I'm going to get our map overlay system up and running so we can look at the streets and the speeds together as he comes through the Echo Park area, continuing here on Sunset.
Yeah, that map overlay and the speedometer right there really does help us. He's moving along. If he's on Sunset and he's doing 60 plus miles an hour, he's slowed down just there.
Yeah, and look, there are no police vehicles behind it at this point, but we did see that one unit of the LAPD get very close to it. So we'll see if they manage to get behind it. But currently going here into the Bunker Hill area near Cesar Chavez intersection coming up. Let's see what happens. And this is where Sunset becomes Cesar Chavez. And now we have a unit of the LAPD behind the vehicle. Oh, and now he's getting on the freeway. Sure enough, getting on the freeway here. I'll figure out which direction here in just a moment. But it looks like it's going to be likely, though, the 101 freeway. And there's another unit not even knowing that this is the vehicle that is being pursued. Now the pursuit vehicle is in back of one of the police cruisers here.
Very curious shot there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And I believe... Yeah, so I was going to say, I believe we're going on the 101 freeway here. We're going north-south 101, coming away from Cesar Chavez, coming away from the downtown LA area.
You know, it's very interesting. Is this a caravan of officers headed somewhere else and he just stumbled into this?
It very well could have been a team of officers that was heading up to Hollywood to assist with the arrests that were taking place, and they found themselves in the mix. Because look at that, they're going to continue
looks like
on.
it now.
So,
yeah, it does, doesn't it? Now, Eliana,
who would have thought we'd ever see something like that?
Would the other officers know that there was a pursuit going on or not?
They would have known because they can see the night sun of the LAPD airship, and of course they can monitor the scanner, but they were likely asked not to get involved. And so for that reason is why we're only going to have that single unit that was originally behind the vehicle continue to pursue it. And the airship is still overhead. I continue to listen the way he is calling out the streets as the pursuit continues on. But we are just making a turn here onto Temple Street. Temple Street coming away from the 101.
So where are we technically? Downtown area?
We're not. I actually have MacArthur Park right out my window. So we're roughly in the MacArthur Park area on Temple, and I'll get you the next cross here coming up. I'm listening to the airship still. I want to see if he's going to send any more units because at this point we only have that one unit of the LAPD as this person continues to run the red light. He had the red there and he just continued straight through here on Temple Street.
You know, it's interesting when we look at Eliana's shot there, Colleen, just how light the traffic is. I mean, very few. There's a Metro bus, but very few cars.
And I'm wondering, as I look at this, and I pose this to both of you, is there only one black and white basically following this car? Because A, he can maybe get the plates, and B, you know, whoever's in the car threw fireworks at the officers and no one was hurt. I'm assuming that. Otherwise, they would have more people following him.
Yeah, we didn't hear if anyone was hurt when he threw the fireworks in their direction or what types of fireworks they may have been. Fireworks may have just been the easiest way to describe what this person threw. And so at this point, I widened out just a moment ago as you were speaking, Colleen. I wanted to see if anybody else was behind the car. And at this point, I'm only seeing that one cruiser. And the pursuit, though, continuing on, still relatively fast speeds for surface streets, approximately 60 miles an hour. And I'm going to use my doubler here. I want to see how well we can see inside. I can see the driver, but I can't really see anybody else. All the windows are just so darkly tinted.
Yeah, it would be very fortunate if no one was hurt, but we have had officers hurt over the weekend. One specifically sticks in my mind, and we heard from Chief Moore that one of his young officers was hit in the head with a brick. Yeah. It fractured his skull. He was in for surgery. He will recover, but who knows how long that will take.
He said they had to put a steel plate in his head as well, yeah.
I'm back with you guys here. He's continuing here, Normandy and Beverly, and still fast moving, about 70 miles an hour. My pilot, Sorrow, is confirming with the airship. Oh gosh,
Wow.
that was so close.
That was very close.
Wow. My pilot is confirming with the airship. Whenever the pilot gets a moment to speak to the airship, he's trying to confirm that is in fact the wand, which was what we originally heard over the scanner, was that it was for fireworks. But you would think that this is might be considered a little much if it was just fireworks. And as you said, Colleen, if nobody got hurt, considering just how busy all of our resources are here in the city of Los Angeles.
But this has escalated. This has escalated to way more than a prank with fireworks right now. We've seen him almost clip one car. He's gotten on the freeway, gotten off, but he's also crossed over that line. There he is on the wrong side of the road right now.
Yeah, wrong side of the road, and of course also driving recklessly and driving at fast speeds through the streets here in the area, running red lights, running stop signs. So even if the original want wasn't anything that excessive, he's added to that list ever since. He's now on a smaller street called Maplewood, and he's kind of maneuvering through the neighborhood. Perhaps he's trying to find his way back to the freeway, and the nearest freeway would be the 101 building. So he's coming up to the Hollywood area. Now I'm concerned about that because we saw how many people are still out there in the Hollywood area. A lot of pedestrians still protesting in the streets. So that's of concern, because if he gets up to some of those protesters, you don't know if he's going to be able to slow down in time. But currently making his way here northbound into the Hollywood area.
Well, you picked the chase up at Hyperion, around that area, is that correct?
That's correct, Chuck. Around Hyperion, somewhat near Silver Lake, just on the west side of Silver Lake, and then he made his way southbound, and he got onto Sunset. So we followed him on Sunset to where it became Cesar Chavez in the Echo Park area, and that's where he picked up the 101 freeway. He jumped on the 101 north at Cesar Chavez, and then exited the freeway again. I believe it was near Olympic, and has been on surface streets ever since.
So we have no idea where the incident occurred with the fireworks.
We don't. We know it was somewhere in the Hollywood area because the airship that we saw was around that area. And I just lost him behind that building. He just went to the east on Sunset, so we're going to try to catch up to him there.
He goes.
And he's making these random U-turns, which is what's making it difficult for us to keep track here. But Sorrow found him out his window just now. And now you saw when he made that U-turn, now he has two units of the LAPD right behind him.
And he's back on Sunset?
Yeah, so this is Sunset in front of the Netflix building. So it's like Sunset and Bronson. We were out here earlier covering the protests, and he's making a southbound turn here. This isn't Bronson, but it's Tamarind. So it's Tamarind. It's just one street to the west of Bronson.
Okay, as he continues along there, if I remember correctly, he can pick up another street that goes parallel to Sunset there. Is it Fountain? Maybe you just crossed over that?
I think it was probably Fountain.
Yeah, and then I believe also Santa Monica is going to come up too. So it's a few majors that are going to come up here, and he's going to have some options. And he can still get on the freeway if he so chooses. He would just have to go left on whatever major he comes up to. So now he's, sure enough, Santa Monica was his choice, but he's going right, which is going to put him away from the freeway.
But he's heading in the direction of the protesters that we were watching earlier. I mean, he's still like 4 miles away from them probably, but...
Yeah, but at the speeds that he's moving at, he could get over there very quickly. And when someone is desperate like this, my concern is that he's just not going to stop.
You know, it's interesting. We're not seeing any pedestrians out there, but we are seeing a lot of cars on the street, even though the curfew is, almost 2.5 hours now in effect?
Yeah, so people shouldn't be driving on the roads at this point. If they are in LA County, you sure enough shouldn't be walking on the street at this point because you could get arrested. And so that will at least put less people in the mix if people aren't out and about, but unfortunately there's still some people who aren't heeding to the curfew, and now he's going to come up to a T street here, so he's on Gower. Again, this is a street that we were on earlier today when we were covering the protesters, and so now he's on Gower with 2 units of the LAPD behind him, as well as the LAPD airship overhead.
Is he going north or south on Gower?
He's going
Actually,
south
he's
on
turning.
Gower.
It doesn't
That's the
really
old
matter,
Paramount
does it?
Studios there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
he
by
just,
Paramount.
Yeah, he just made the turn there on Melrose. So Melrose from Gower.
Long time ago, Chuck, I used to work in that area. We called it Gower Gulch.
Yeah.
I remember
True
that
enough.
well.
And the pursuit's going to come right under us, so we'll try to avoid having the camera spin, but sometimes it'll do that. But we'll try to keep track of it here as it comes under us. Again, Melrose and Gower are going to be the majors.
So he's heading back to the freeway.
And Ridgewood. Yeah, so heading back towards the freeway. We'll see if that's what he decides to do, is to get back on the freeway. If he does, are still relatively light, and that would actually help to put, or rather just to diminish the amount of obstacles that will be in his way in terms of pedestrians and then other cars, because again, the freeways are still rather light here through the area.
Eliana, I just have a crazy little question here. Every now and then we see a little light. It almost looks
Yeah,
like a
I was
laser
gonna
light.
ask exactly about that,
And
Chuck.
then it goes away and it's kind of a squiggly line. Is that a reflection, or are they using a laser on him?
I believe
there it
that's
is
going
right
to
there.
be
Yeah.
just, yeah, there it is. I think that's a reflection of the light of the night sun on our lens. It happens from time to time. And the airship did actually say that he was having issues with his night sun, which we can tell, which is why it's kind of flickering. And I believe that's why we're seeing that
Back on the
that
freeway,
little light show up every now and then. Yeah, so now it's on the freeway, and he's going to be getting on the 101. I'll give you the direction here in a moment. I believe it's going to be southbound, though. So yeah, it's going to be southbound 101, and the direction that he's going in now will take him into the downtown LA area.
So basically he's made a huge circle. I mean, Hyperion's not that far from where he is now.
Yeah, he basically
loop.
went.
Yeah.
Yeah, a big loop. He went one way on the 101, and now he's going the other way on the 101. This is right at Vermont. It's where the 101 splits, where you can see that there's a little divider between the freeway between the north and southbound side. But I'm going to widen out the shot now since he's on the freeway.
It looks like the
We're
black
less
and white
likely to
behind
lose
him
him.
is picking up speed as well, trying to close in a little bit.
Yeah, because they could easily lose this guy. He's going so fast. I think
Oh
he's
my
going at
gosh.
100.
Yeah,
let me
you
put
just-
the camera right on him.
Your speedometer just is fluctuating between 100 and 120 miles an hour. Do we have any idea how many people are in this SUV?
We haven't heard over the scanner how many people the police think are in there, but we've tried to check, and those windows are just so darkly tinted. I can just barely make out a figure in the driver's seat, but we can't see anybody else inside. And at no point during this pursuit have we seen them lower the window or throw anything out or anything of that nature that would help us to determine if people are in certain seats within the car. But wow, look at these speeds, guys. He is really booking and trying to get away from authorities.
And this is the LAPD in pursuit here?
Still the LAPD, but because we're now on the freeway, the CHP could take over. And the reason why that would be best in this situation would be that the CHP is the police of the freeway system. So even though certain units of the CHP would take over here, if he got on other portions of the freeway, different units of the CHP would be able to come in.
Is he getting on the 110 or what is? Yeah.
Yeah, he's going 110 south. So this is going to put him just next to the buildings in downtown LA. It's going to put him just west of all of the big buildings in the heart of Los Angeles. This was a portion of the freeway that was shut down on Friday with all of those protesters. Fortunately, no protesters out here tonight as he continues southbound 110.
You know, it's interesting. Last night we heard from the police chief in Long Beach that so many people were trying to divert attention from the issue at hand that they and an airship over this. It makes you almost wonder that that might not be a concerted effort here as well.
It very well could be, especially if the wah is what we originally heard it was, which was throwing fireworks at the officers. It very well could be a distraction to get some of the attention away from some of the looting that is taking place. But I can guarantee you,
and resources
the LAPD
as well.
Exactly. It takes away 2 ground units, and I'm sure they have plenty of ground units, so maybe those 2 ground units don't play that big of a factor, but it also takes away an airship, and that they don't have as many of. So 1 airship is now completely devoted to this, in addition to the 2 units that are now following this suspect south on the 110.
Boy, I can't believe that SUV can go that fast.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if your speedometer is really working there, Ileana, because he's gone up over 120 miles an hour there.
And I believe it's actually correct. I know it's hard to believe, but I'm also listening on the scanner just to kind of confirm the numbers that we're getting. And we are hearing anywhere from 100 to 120. So that sounds about right.
Oh my gosh.
Incredibly, though. I mean, to be honest, we're having trouble keeping up. That's why we're kind of so far back here. He's heading southbound here on the 110. So this is the Harbor Freeway. He's going to pass right by USC, right by the Coliseum, and really just using any lane that he needs to get by as he continues here southbound 110.
Oh boy, he looks like he almost started to lose control there. So he's already past the 10, correct?
Yeah, so he's already south of the 10 freeway, and so we had to ask for a special permission here from LAX to let us work in their airspace, and so that's why we'll hopefully get a little closer as minutes go on here. But he's going to be just on that other portion of the 10. This is where we've got that express lane that goes above. And he may be temporarily obstructed by it, but hopefully we'll be able to keep tabs on him here. But watch that CHP unit, or rather the LAPD unit. He's really trying to keep up. I mean, we're still looking at, what, 100, 110 miles an hour? And I believe it, because this is fast.
Look at that.
Yeah, you know, it almost looked like he had done some damage, like he might have hit something on the freeway there. But he looks like he's up and running. And tires seem okay.
You know, and to Colleen's point, tossing fireworks at an officer or several officers, man, we're expending a lot of time and resources here on something like that might seem almost kind of petty. But I understand if you're an officer and you have some projectile, you know, thrown at you, it's a big deal. But still, you know.
Yeah, you know, the LAPD, Chuck, you're right, has 13,000 officers, and they're doing shifts of 12 on, 12 off, and they're trying to maximize and get as many people on. But the one airship, to take the airship out of the mix here, when they're using those airships to track, you know, large groups of people, to track looters and things like that, you know, that really does take a major resource out of the mix here.
So now he's going parallel to the freeway on surface streets.
Yeah, parallel to the freeway. Yeah, just on the other side of that retaining wall. So now we're going to see him. I was going to say we couldn't see him, but now we can. He's 69th and Flower. So this is going to be the South LA area, and just based off of our previous experience, we know that people tend to return to an area that is familiar to them. So perhaps this is an area that is familiar to this individual. And I could have sworn I saw someone in the back seat. When he made that turn, I thought I saw someone in the passengers, or in the back seat there, in the middle seat. But perhaps it could have been a reflection of the light. But it did appear that there was somebody sitting in the back.
Almost makes you wonder why they don't grab a plate on this guy and then try to track him that way. So they must know something we don't.
If it has a plate.
Well, that's true, too.
If it has a plate, or sometimes it could be a cold-plated vehicle. And we've talked about this before. Cold-plated vehicles are cars that have a license plate on them, but the license plate doesn't correspond to the type of car. So we saw that in a pursuit that we had a few weeks back. Yeah, this one does have a plate, but I'm sure they ran it, and it's unclear at this point if perhaps it came back stolen, or if it does come back to the registered owner. But for whatever reason, this person is still just refusing to stop.
So you're on Florence Avenue, just crossed over Avalon?
Yeah, so Florence coming away from the 110, and those speeds are accurate. these are surface streets, guys. 100 miles an hour. This is just
Crazy.
so incredibly dangerous. Oh my gosh. I pray that he doesn't get a red light, because I don't think he's going to stop. This is a very fast here on Florence, 100 miles an hour.
And remember, that is a heavy vehicle, so if it does strike something, it'll make a heck of a mess.
Yeah, what does it look like, Chuck? An Expedition, maybe?
Something like that. You know, I can't tell, but it's a late model. It's not a new one.
He's turning.
He's going so fast that it's hard to even keep up with the addresses and the street signs that you're flashing on the mapping.
Yeah, I mean, I knew he was on Florence, but I missed every cross that he came up to because he was going so fast. He just made a turn there. I believe that's going to be Compton, and he's going southbound. So southbound on Compton,
Is there something
I'm gonna
coming up?
push in here one more time. He's going to make yet another turn there on Compton, and now
that's it.
And now they're running. Okay, so we're going to
Whoa,
try to stay
one,
with the
two,
driver.
three, four, five.
Wow.
5 people bailed out.
So there was definitely more than one, that's for sure. But we're going to stay with the driver. It's just because he was the person that was driving during the course of this pursuit. So we're going to stay with this guy, and I'm going to go into infrared to be better able to see. Right at our 1 o'clock, Saro, you should see the night sun. He's just on the backside of those trees, so that's where we last saw him. But you guys saw it as we did. Everyone's scattering there, and there's the LAPD pulling up right now, trying to get some officers into place, but that's not even the direction that the driver went in. The driver went this way. They're going to go after some of the passengers. There's an individual there, but I don't believe he was involved in any way. I think he's just a resident, just kind of taking everything all in. But we last saw the driver here on this street. It's going to be, I hope I'm saying that correctly, I think it's Antwerp Street here in South Los Angeles.
This is one of those cases where the suspects outnumbered the police that were following him, because there's only 4 officers, but we counted 5 coming out of the car.
Oh, you just had another squad car just pulled up.
Okay,
It looked
now you
like
got another one.
a couple more.
Yeah,
but nobody seems to be
looking
looking in that direction where the driver went.
Exactly. They're saturating the neighborhood, but at this point they're just focusing over in the direction that the passengers ran. But I believe that's going to be a cruiser. Perhaps that's a cruiser there. It's definitely a car that's arriving on scene there. And I see an individual walking away, but he doesn't match the clothing of the person that we saw running away. But again, the last location that we saw that individual would have been that area right there.
I would assume this is going to be pretty time consuming if they ever find the people who are in that car. Do you know if the airship was able to keep up with anyone?
Well,
yeah, so we're hearing that some arrests are taking place, and that's the direction that the passengers ran in, so it appears that at least some of the passengers are being taken into custody.
Yeah, 3 of them went over to the right.
Correct.
One went down the street one way, and the other one went up the street another way, yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like it was... There's another guy right there. So we're hearing that another suspect is right under the night sun. They're in very close to Nadeau and Antwerp Street. And we're going to continue, of course, to monitor everything that's going on here on the scanner, but we're going to start to make our way back to Hollywood.
Well, that should take you, what, 10 minutes? Maybe not even that.
As the chopper flies, Chuck.
It's about 10 minutes to get back to Hollywood, so we're going to go back there. We, of course, don't want to lose focus on the importance of today's protest in that area, so we're going to start making our way back to the north.
Let's remind people what this all started with. This started up in the Hollywood area to begin with. We saw officers scatter with their lights on. It appeared to be an emergency of some sort, or perhaps a call for help. But someone had thrown fireworks. That was the original want on this. Someone had thrown fireworks at police officers or sheriff's deputies or someone there, some sort of law enforcement. And that's why they took off and the chase ensued. Do we have any more information on what's going on in Riverside as well right now?
Jack, we're...
Well, we're going to stay with Eliana's pictures as she heads back to Hollywood. It is a gorgeous shot.
And it looks like they're using maybe the Jaws of Life there. Let's see. Definitely using the Jaws of Life to try to get that officer out. And Mike, let's see if, I don't know which way they're going to bring him, but let's see. We'll watch that gurney because they might bring him this side. Yeah, if they're going to bring him out this side, we're good. Our firefighters on the driver's side using the Jaws of Life. The firefighters on the passenger side, looks like they're going to bring that backboard in and pull that officer out. This all happened just before 10 o'clock tonight. Wow, look at that. They just pulling on parts of the car to get it out of the way. I'm working very feverishly to get that Jaws of Life in there to free that officer. I'm getting some exhaust. Hey, Mike. I'm getting exhaust in the shot. There comes a bigger, heavier duty Jaws of Life coming in to get the door off. It looks like they're going to try to pinch that door right off the vehicle.
Simon Desk from Alpha, we think...
All right, it looks like they may have got him free. They're coming to the passenger side. They're going to slide that backboard in there, get him on that backboard and then onto that gurney. There's the slide. There's the officer coming free. Officer out. He's out. Shoot, it's almost 6 o'clock. See what the RA is. one of those two that's going to be. Officer's moving, that's a good sign. He's moving his arms around there. He's lifting his hand to his face. I'm getting exhausted again. RA-15, he's going into I'm going to check the vehicle one more time to make sure it was just the one officer. It looks like they've cleared it. We have yeah, do you want us to follow to the hospital? Yeah, Jack, do you want us to follow to the hospital? Yes, yes, we did. We're downtown. Yeah, we can do at least through 11:15. What's our fuel? Simon Des from Bravo. Do you know if we're streaming? Say yes. Jack, I'm sorry, did you say yes or not yet? Oh. Okay, no worries. He's got traffic here, he's got construction here. Into the cone zone. Northbound 110 heading to South Pasadena. He's got nowhere to go right here. Oh no! The CHP and a fire truck right there. He went through the cone zone right into those units and was able to squeeze by, but wow, what a close call for those. That CHP and several fire trucks there that are along the 110 freeway. Wow, some construction here on the 110 freeway. This truck desperate to get away. This is a Culver City police chase. Hey Jack, did you say we are streaming now? Copy, thank you. Good evening everybody and thank you for joining us on the web. This is Gil Leavison, News Chopper 4 Bravo, along with my pilot Mike Rodriguez. We're over a police chase. It's Culver City police that have been chasing this white pickup truck. Right now he's northbound 110 freeway. He's already came past the 5 freeway, so he's heading towards South Pasadena. He's going to run out of freeways shortly, but he had some close calls on the freeway here as he came up to a cone zone, went into the cone zone, and then approached a CHP unit that was guarding several fire trucks along the freeway on the right 2 lanes, and nearly collided with that CHP that was stopped there. We got several units behind it, northbound 110 freeway, and he's coming up to the end of the freeway right now. It's going to put him into the South Pasadena area. Here he comes to the end of the freeway, and it's going to put him right off a green light. Fortunately, they're squeezing by that car. Notifying Pasadena, South Pasadena PD. You see he's a couple of units there as he blows through the intersections. If he keeps this direction going, he's going to run into the 210 freeway. Ran through that red light. Pasadena PD being notified right now. He's a high rate of speed here, hard on the brakes. He's going to intersection here. He's going to make a right turn there, wide right turn, eastbound. Eastbound on, I believe this is Green Street. We are into PV. Thank you. Eastbound Green at Euclid, right through the intersection there. Wow, high rates of speed here. He's in a tree-lined street here. He's going to continue to pop in and out of trees. Green Avenue, yeah, crossing Hudson. Crossing Lake. Oh, really close call there at Lake. That's unbelievable, the speeds here we're looking at on surface streets here. While he's hard on the brakes right now, he's got an intersection. He's setting up to turn left. Left turn. This is going to be on Catalina. And he might be running out of steam here. He's got to be bailing. He's right under us, Mike, my side. Bailing out. There goes a passenger. There's the driver with the hands out. And he's going to go right down the passenger. Those units right there are going to go after the passenger. The driver has pretty much said enough's enough. I've had it. And he's down on the ground. This is Catalina Avenue and Colorado Boulevard. I have exhaust. 6 o'clock. Driver at gunpoint. Other officers there on the sidewalk. These other officers are running after the passenger. The driver, look at that. He just assumed the position there on the ground. He put his hands behind his back and said, that's it, I've had it. He was at a high rate of speed on the 110 freeway. Culver City police were chasing this vehicle. Here's another person coming out of the vehicle. Out of the rear. Well, that's the third, at least the third person that came out of the vehicle right there is being taken into custody. Here's a tighter shot of that person being walked away. Came out of the back rear of the pickup truck. The driver, in the meantime, on the ground there. Now they'll make their arrest on the driver, and that'll do it for this chase. Unknown if the third person that we saw, the first one out of the car that ran into the parking lot, is in custody or not, but this driver is in custody. One other passenger and a bunch of officers that took off after the passenger. Okay, we're done. This is Catalina Avenue and East Colorado Boulevard. We're done. A couple of police chases tonight, this one ending in Pasadena, Catalina, and Colorado. Culver City PD assisted by the CHP on this one. Yeah, that one is over. Suspects in custody. Yeah, it's Pasadena right now, Pasadena. I don't see 87 people. Oh, maybe here. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. That might be it. There they are. They're on the south side of the street, south of the parking structure. Simon Des, Bravo, Jack or Jamie, did you guys get this shot already? It's 6 o'clock. Okay. Hey, Jack and Jamie, this is what I'm hearing from LAPD is 87 people, 87 in custody. DeLongpre between Ivar and Vine. Is there any way we can just get just north of the parking structure, like right over it and steep? You have eyes on it, right? Oh, you don't. Let me come out wide. See the Cinerama Dome? Yeah, just behind it. Yeah, much better. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, there's definitely at least 80. Did we lose the AC? Oh, it's okay. Those lights. I think the lights of the parking structure are getting in my lens. If you go west, yeah, that should clear it up just a little bit. Cahuenga and Sunset. Yeah. I see. Okay. That might be over here, Mike. Do you smell that? Is that us or is that the fire? I think it's us. Yep, it smells like a belt. Unbelievable. Do you, shoot, it might, there's some flares over here back at our 4 o'clock. Do you see anything up there at the Cahuenga Pass? No, it might be those flares, but I don't see any smoke. Yeah, it is. It is. I could smell, I could tell it's the AC belt. I don't. I'm guessing it's for the curfew. This thing is out by 9 o'clock. You got it? Okay. 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 Sunset Boulevard and Schrader, Jack. Sunset and Schrader. They're going to be making some arrests here. People sitting on the curb. Oh, you were? Okay. Yeah, they're talking about towing cars away. They have about 30 cars to tow. Okay, Eliana got this earlier. Where was that bus at? We can cruise. One of those cars. Okay, Jack. If you hear me, this is DeLongpre and Hudson. DeLongpre and Hudson. This was a man with a gun that was running from police. Man with a gun. Hudson and DeLongpre. All right, I think we can move on from this. He's in custody. That's over. Okay, cool. Here's a shot of one of the cars being towed away. Curfew violation. Interesting. Those cops. They are. Hey Jack, this is officers being transported in a trunk. Oh my God. Maybe.